Chapter 1954. Then he seemed to think of something and added, "Go and prepare some steel plates and steel bars. We'll need them later." Alkinnon nodded. He didn't say much and gave his men some orders. As for Chengchumo and the others, although they were curious, they couldn't see anything. They just sat aside and waited quietly. Time passed bit by bit. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the crackling sound inside the furnace stopped. Zhang Feng stood up abruptly and went forward to take a look. The resin had changed color and was completely transparent. There were no impurities at all. He hurriedly said to the worker next to him, "Pour the resin out quickly." Alkinnon had already prepared a basin. The resin was as clear as water. However, unlike water, the resin was slightly thicker and gave off a faint smell of flowers and plants. Chengchumo looked at the resin and smiled. This thing was yellow just now. Now it's white. How amazing. Zhang Feng didn't pay any attention to this guy's nonsense. Instead, he looked at Alkinnon and said solemnly, "Take out the steel plate and put it in the resin. You must soak it in." Alkinnon nodded. He also understood the importance of this matter. He hurriedly took out the steel plates and put them in the resin without saying anything. Soon, the resin covered the steel plates. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Take it out quickly. Otherwise, the resin will dry up." Alkinnon hurriedly took out a steel bar and put it in the resin. He tried to pick up the steel plates, but they were too heavy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pick them up. Zhang Feng was anxious. He hurriedly waved to Chengchumo and said, "Tai Nyo, come and help. Otherwise, it will be over soon." Chengchumo didn't intend to help at first, but seeing Feng Zi so anxious, he went forward. He was strong. He took the steel bar and picked up the steel plates with a little force. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Put the steel plates aside to dry." "Okay." Chengchumo nodded his head and put the steel plate aside before giving up. Zhang Feng squatted down and looked at the steel plate. It seemed to be coated with a thin film. It was wet, slippery, and elastic. He immediately understood that the experiment was a success. He quickly turned to Alkinnon and said with a look of surprise, "Continue to put in the steel plate until all the resin is used up." Alkinnon nodded and put down the steel plates beside him. He repeated the process until all the steel plates were covered with resin. Alkinnon and Chengchumo did not stop until all the steel plates were covered with resin. Zhang Feng glanced at the neatly arranged steel plates. There were about 50 of them, which was enough to make 20 special combat suits. Thinking about it, he turned to Alkinnon and asked, "How much resin do we have left?" Alkinnon thought for a moment and replied, "About 5 more pots." Zhang Feng nodded. "Pour all the resin into the furnace. Then take out the cloth for the special combat suit. Let's start." The cloth for the special combat suit was different from the traditional ones. It was soaked in plant sap to increase the fiber of the cloth. It could also dye the special combat suit and conceal it. Alkinnon said a few words to his subordinates and they quickly brought the cloth over. Zhang Feng touched the cloth. It was indeed stronger. He looked at Chengchumo and the others. "Don't just stand there. Come and help." Then he handed the other end of the cloth to Chengchumo. He cut along the thread and a large piece of cloth was cut off. "Cover the steel plate with this cloth." Zhang Feng handed the cloth to Chengchumo and ordered. Chengchumo nodded and covered the steel plate with the cloth. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. "Now what?" "Put the steel plate in the pot." Zhang Feng pointed at the pot beside him. Then he looked at Alkinnon and said seriously, "Pour the resin out of the furnace onto the cloth." Alkinnon nodded and ordered the workers to pour the resin onto the cloth. In an instant, the cloth shrank and covered the steel plate perfectly. There was no gap. The surface of the cloth was covered with a layer of resin. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Arkanon looked at the steel plate. Then he looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. "Director, it's done." Zhang Feng crossed his arms and looked at the steel plate seriously. He thought for a moment and said, "Were there any other steps to make the special combat suit?" Arkanon shook his head. "No. Just put 2 steel plates and it took shape. Then it's done." Zhang Feng nodded slightly and said seriously, "Now we just have to wait for the resin to cool down. Then we can start the experiment." After he finished speaking, he casually found a stool and sat down. He took out a cigarette from his waist, lit it with a lighter, and started smoking with a satisfied expression. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo and the others also came over and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, give us one too." Chapter 1955. They hadn't smoked since they came to the academy. Now that they saw Feng Zi smoking, they craved for it. Zhang Feng also understood that these guys were probably addicted to smoking. He smiled and took out 3 cigarettes from his waist and threw them to the 3 of them. Cheng Chumo took out a lighter from his waist. The 3 of them huddled together like a group of drug addicts. Of course, Algernon didn't have such hobbies. He squatted in front of the steel plate and felt that the temperature was about right. He touched it with his hand. As expected, the temperature had dropped. He quickly turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Director, the temperature has dropped." Hearing this, Zhang Feng threw away the cigarette in his hand and stood up abruptly. He touched the steel plate and couldn't help smiling. "It's not as fast as this thing." Then he looked at Algernon and said, "Take it out and get ready for the experiment." Algernon nodded, picked up the special combat suit and walked out of the door. Cheng Chumo hurried to follow him. At the back of the mountain, Zhang Feng looked at the special combat suit in Algernon's hand and said with a smile, "Tie it to the tree. Let's start." Algernon nodded and tied the special combat suit to the tree. "Now I'll give you a chance. Shoot that suit. How about it?" Zhang Feng turned to Cheng Chumo and the others and smiled. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun looked at each other and didn't say anything. They knew that it was a practice and there was no harm in it. So they took out their guns and started to aim. Bang, 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 after 3 shots, the tree only shook a little. It seemed that only one of the shots hit the target. Zhang Feng didn't care who hit the tree. He strode forward and saw a steel ball scattered on the ground. The special combat suit on the tree only had some marks, but it didn't crack. He quickly took off his special combat uniform and checked it in his hands. Sure enough, the effect was much better than before. There were only some marks left, and there was no damage at all. Arkanon also bent down and looked at it carefully. He said in surprise, "Director, your method is really effective. This special combat suit not only blocked the steel balls, but also didn't get hurt." Zhang Feng nodded and stroked the marks on the special combat uniform. He smiled and said, "This method needs to be widely promoted." At this point, he frowned. "It's just that the resin alone isn't good enough. If you have other things in the future, you can try adding a little more." Algernon nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something. "This special combat suit is so effective. I wonder how it will look on a human. Wearing it on a human body?" Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. He hadn't tested this yet, so he didn't know what would happen. He had already tested it on a tree, but humans and trees were different after all. If someone, with that in mind, he turned to look at Cheng Chumo and the others. Cheng Chumo only felt his body tremble, and a wave of coldness hit him in an instant. Because he felt that Feng Zi's gaze was somewhat malicious. It was similar to the gaze he had when he went to Shenzhou last time. He quickly took 2 steps back and said with a trembling voice, "Feng Zi, what do you want to do?" Zhang Feng stood up and chuckled. "Nothing much. It's just like an experiment. I wonder which one of you is willing to sacrifice yourself for science." Sacrifice himself? Hearing this, Zhang Sun felt a chill. He still remembered that Feng Zi had almost killed him when he said this last time. Now he was asking him to sacrifice himself. Wasn't that asking him to die? He quickly shook his head. No, no, no. I'll leave such a great thing to you. Zhang Feng's face changed slightly, but he still smiled. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Just one of you put on the special combat suit and stand there. Nothing will happen. Sure enough, it was like this. Dugo's legs were a little weak. Just now, he had already guessed that this Feng Zi was crazy. He wanted him to be the target. If he didn't pay attention and missed, wouldn't he die? He had personally used the gun just now. Although he didn't hit the target, he could see the power. If he hit a fatal spot, he would definitely die. How could he go? He quickly waved his hand. No, 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 I'm not going. Zhang Feng's face completely changed. He frowned and said angrily, "You bastards, when we went up the mountain, all of you ran faster than me and insisted on some benefits. Now I'm asking you to do an experiment and you're refusing. Are you itching for a beating again?" Cheng Chumo's face was bitter. When they went up the mountain, they didn't say that they were going to do such a deadly experiment. Why was he blamed now? He quickly explained, "Feng Zi, you're wrong. You didn't say it when we went up the mountain. Now that we're here, you don't admit it. How can there be people like you?" "Yes, Feng Zi, you're not kind." Zhang Sun hugged Cheng Chumo, his legs trembling. Dugo also had a look of reluctance. He hugged Zhang Sun and shouted at Zhang Feng, "Feng Zi, you're a little unreasonable. We're people, not trees. If you want to do an experiment, are there not enough trees for you to shoot?" Chapter 1956. How can a tree be the same? Zhang Feng roared in annoyance. He knew that these guys were afraid, and what he said made sense. Trees could be used for experiments, but the effects of trees and humans were different. Even if these guys didn't want to do the experiment, they still had to find other people to do the experiment. There was no difference at all. He thought for a while and put on a smile. "I know you guys are afraid. How about this, whoever wants to do the experiment, I'll give him the special combat uniform later. You guys can see that it's not dangerous at all. Look, isn't the special combat uniform fine?" Special combat uniform? Cheng Chumo was stunned. He really wanted this thing. After all, there was no man who didn't like this kind of thing. However, it was a little uncomfortable to be hit by a gun. However, after thinking about it, what Feng Zi said made sense. There was no danger when it was tied to a tree. If it was tied to a human, it probably wouldn't be dangerous, right? Thinking about it, he probed, "Is what you said true? Is it really not dangerous to hit a human?" Before Zhang Feng could answer, Zhang Sun took it. He looked at Cheng Chumo nervously. "Iron Bull, are you crazy? You dare to try this thing? Do you want to die?" Cheng Chumo gave Zhang Sun a look. Then, he put his left hand on Zhang Suan's shoulder and his right hand on Dugo's shoulder. They formed a circle and said softly, "You guys don't understand. Lao Tzu saw it just now. This special combat uniform is really powerful. Later, we'll talk to Feng Zi about the conditions. We'll get this thing. Also, think about it, would Feng Zi hurt us? After all, we're brothers." When Zhang Sun and Dugo heard this, they felt that it made sense. They said, "Okay, you can try it later." They were still a little scared. Since Iron Bull wanted to die, they would let him have it. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun. "Okay, don't be jealous later." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng's voice came. "What are you guys discussing?" All right. Cheng Chumo quickly responded and turned to look at Zhang Feng. "Feng Zi, is what you said true? Is that thing really not dangerous?" Although he was a little shaken, he still wanted to confirm it. After all, this thing hitting a body was not the same as hitting a tree. Zhang Feng saw that this guy was a little moved and smiled. Of course, I made it myself. Don't you trust me? Cheng Chumo gave him a look of disdain, as if to say, of course I don't trust you. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. Therefore, he said, Fengzi, it's not that I don't trust you, but this thing is dangerous. You have to. At this point, he glanced at the gun on the ground, the meaning of which was self-evident. Zhang Feng naturally knew what Cheng Chumo meant. He just wanted the gun. This thing was so powerful. What if it hurt someone? In addition, this guy was a troublemaker. Moreover, the gun hadn't been released yet. Once it was released, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. With all these reasons combined, he couldn't give it to him. He immediately refused. No, this thing is different from other things. I can't give it to you. You can choose other weapons. Other weapons? Cheng Chumo frowned and glanced at the other weapons on the ground. The Mitsubishi Army knife. He had played with it before. There was nothing good about it. The Tang knife was no good either. The Mo knife was even worse. After looking around for a while, he still couldn't find a single one that caught his eye. He frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Feng Zi, are you trying to send me off with these toys? None of them caught my eye. I just want your gun. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you give it to me, Lao Tzu will immediately wear it and stand neatly for you. You can fight however you want, as long as you leave some descendants for the Chen family. Zhang Feng was stumped. The gun was so powerful. It was absolutely impossible to give it to this guy. Otherwise, Chang'an City would be turned upside down in less than 3 days. The entire Chen family would be finished. However, if he didn't give the gun, he wouldn't be interested in the other things. What should he do? Should he make a composite bow for this guy? A composite bow and a gun had the same effect. Moreover, for Iron Bull, a composite bow was better than a gun. He just didn't know if this guy could accept it. With that thought, he looked at Cheng Chumo and said with a smile, Iron Bull, it's not that I don't want to give you the gun, but this thing is too powerful. If you take it, what if it goes off and you kill someone? What if you kill a noble? What about the Chen family? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo fell silent. It wasn't Zhang Feng's words that convinced him. It was because he remembered something. If he brought the gun home, the heartless old Cheng would definitely confiscate it. Moreover, old Cheng had a group of brothers, such as Uncle Yuqi and Uncle Qin. They were all famous people. If they saw that he had such a treasure, wouldn't they snatch it? Chapter 1957. But this gun was so good, how could he let it go? After thinking about it, he still wasn't willing to give up, so he said, then what do you mean? You're not giving it to me? I didn't say that I'm not giving it to you. Zhang Feng waved his hand and looked at Cheng Chumo with a smile that wasn't a smile. I'm planning to give you something else. Think about it, if you take the gun, I'm afraid you'll get yourself into trouble. Cheng Chumo fell silent again. Actually, he wasn't afraid of getting himself into trouble. His father was Lu Guogong, who would dare to touch him? He was just afraid that the gun wouldn't fall into his hands. That would be King tragic. Thus, he could only ask, what's the other thing you were talking about? Zhang Feng saw that this guy was interested and felt that there was a chance. He quickly said, it's a type of bow, I call it a composite bow. Before he could finish, Cheng Chumo gave him a look of disdain. I was wondering what it was, but it turned out to be a bow and arrow. What a stupid name. What composite bow? Bah, Lao Tzu has a lot of them at home. If you want one, Lao Tzu can give it to you. Zhang Feng was unhappy when he heard this and immediately retorted, don't King look down on Lao Tzu's bow and arrow. Lao Tzu's bow and arrow isn't something that trash like yours can compare to. Listen carefully, Lao Tzu's bow and arrow requires at least 200 dan of strength to draw. Every arrow can pierce through stone and gold, and has a range of 3 li. Its power is even more powerful than a gun. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but it was to attract Cheng Chumo's attention. Exaggerating a bit would have a miraculous effect. As expected, Cheng Chumo was stunned. What the hell? 200 dan of strength to draw? One arrow could pierce through stone and gold? And the range was around 4 li? Then wouldn't it be around 1500 meters? If he could get a bow like this, it would be a wonderful thing. Moreover, what Feng Zi said made sense. Even if he obtained the gun, he might not be able to enjoy it. Perhaps that unscrupulous old Sheng would snatch it away. After thinking for a while, he probed, "Is the bow you mentioned real?" "Of course it's true." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Chumo and snapped, "Are you being reasonable? If you don't come, Lao Tzu will find someone else." "Come." Just as Cheng Chumo was about to agree, Zhang Sun couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Cheng Chumo and laughed, "Brother Tai Nyo, you were in the limelight just now. Why don't you give this bow to me?" Du Go also laughed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Tai Nyo, let us have this thing." Cheng Chumo's expression changed. He looked at Zhang Sun and Du Go with dissatisfaction. When Lao Tzu went to negotiate, the two of you were like dead people. Now King jumped out. And you want Lao Tzu's godly bow? Dream on. He waved his hand and hit the two of them to the side. He said angrily, "Get lost, you two. Did you go eat just now?" After saying that, he walked towards Zhang Feng with a smile. It was a stark contrast to his disdainful attitude just now. Zhang Sun and Du Go were unhappy. How could they let go of such a good thing? They strode forward and hugged Zhang Feng. They cried, "Feng Zi, we will also be your target. Give us one of your godly bow." Zhang Feng laughed. Just now, the two of them were on the same side as Cheng Chumo. Now, they changed their attitude so quickly? And they were still acting shamelessly? If he didn't give it to them, the two of them definitely wouldn't give up. If he gave it to them, Iron Bull probably wouldn't be willing. After thinking about it, he decided to give it to them. He couldn't let these guys drag him down. He shook his legs and said helplessly, "Are you guys bored? Isn't it just a bow? I'll give it to you." Anyway, the bow hadn't been made yet. When the time came, he would make more. Moreover, these two guys' physiques weren't suitable for using a bow. They were just enjoying the novelty. However, Zhang Sun felt different. He thought that the bow was awesome. He jumped 8 feet high and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, let's start. Use the gun to hit me. Hit me first, hit me first." Cheng Chumo pushed Zhang Sun away. He was a little dissatisfied. Looking at these guys fighting to be the first, Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. Just now, they were all unwilling, and now they were fighting to be beaten. He suspected that these guys were a little perverted. He smiled and waved his hand. One by one. Don't rush. Iron Bull came first. Let Iron Bull eat the bullet first. Cheng Chumo snorted and pushed Zhang Sun away. He raised his head high as if he was showing off. When he came in front of Zhang Feng, he immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, how do we start?" Zhang Feng handed the special combat uniform to Cheng Chumo and smiled. "Put on this uniform and wait under the tree." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and reminded him, "It's best to close your eyes. Otherwise, you'll be scared." Cheng Chumo didn't think too much. He put on the special combat uniform and strode to the tree. Now, he only remembered the bow. Everything else had been thrown to the back of his mind. Chapter 1958. After standing still, he shouted excitedly at Zhang Feng, "Feng Zi, you can start now. Hurry up. Zhang Feng nodded. He picked up the gun and placed it on his shoulder, ready to aim. When he saw Cheng Chumo's face, he couldn't help but feel nervous. In the past, he had shot a lot of targets, but this was his first time hitting a person. If he missed, then Tai Nyo's life would be gone. However, there was no problem with shooting targets just now. There shouldn't be any problem with shooting people now, right? He tried to comfort himself, but his palms were still sweating. On the other side, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but ask when he saw that Zhang Feng hadn't fired yet, "Fengzi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Cheng Chumo's words pulled Zhang Feng back from his deep thoughts. He looked carefully, wiped the sweat on his hands, and decided to shoot. There was no way to be nervous. No one had shot anyone before, and he was the same. This time, it was for science. Even if he missed Iron Bull, it was a sacrifice for science. Moreover, he shouldn't miss. Thinking, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the crosshairs and the special combat uniform. He deliberately didn't look at Cheng Chumo's face so that he wouldn't be nervous. Sure enough, this method had some effect. His palms weren't sweating anymore. He focused and gently pulled the trigger. A burst of flame spewed out. Cheng Chumo screamed and fell back. Zhang Feng was taken aback. He had clearly taken aim. Why did this guy fall to the ground? He quickly stepped forward and picked up Cheng Chumo. He glanced around and didn't find any external injuries. Could it be an internal injury? He quickly reached out and checked around, but still didn't find any injuries. Wasn't this thing knocked out by the shock? Thinking of this, he quickly shook Cheng Chumo and shouted, "Iron Bull, don't die, Iron Bull." Zhang Sun also rushed over. When he saw Cheng Chumo lying on the ground, his expression changed. He couldn't help shouting, Tai Nyo, what happened to you?" As they spoke, the two of them imitated Zhang Feng and kept shaking Cheng Chumo, trying to shake Cheng Chumo awake. Cheng Chumo didn't know if it was the shaking of the crowd or if he wasn't injured at all. He suddenly sat up, which scared the crowd and made them step back. Zhang Feng pointed at Cheng Chumo and asked in a trembling voice, "Iron Bull, what happened to you just now?" Cheng Chumo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he rubbed his head as if trying to recall something. After a while, he said, "I think I was hit just now." "Nonsense, would you be lying down if I didn't hit you?" Zhang Feng suddenly stood up and stared at Cheng Chumo. "Lao Tzu is asking why you fainted?" Zhang Sun and Du Go also nodded. They were scared by this guy just now, and their legs were still weak. Cheng Chumo ignored the crowd and rubbed the back of his head because he felt a little uncomfortable. When he touched it, he felt a sharp pain. He screamed, "Ah, Lao Tzu's head." Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the back of Cheng Chumo's head to take a closer look. It turned out that this fellow had a big bump on his head. It looked like he had bumped into something, but in such an open space, where could he have bumped into? Zhang Feng curiously turned his head to take a look. A tree behind him immediately attracted his attention. The bark on the tree was gone. He instantly understood that Iron Bull had crashed into a tree. He quickly turned his head and said, "Iron Bull, King hit a tree." Cheng Chumo's face was full of question marks. He couldn't believe it. How did he hit a tree? Although he didn't want to believe it, he still turned his head to look. He saw that there were still marks on the tree. He could tell at a glance that he hit it. He suddenly jumped up, pointed at the tree and shouted, "How the **ck did I hit a tree?" Zhang Sun also reacted at this time. He quickly got up and looked at the back of Cheng Chumo's head, then looked at the tree. He couldn't help but laugh. "Iron Bull, King thought you were dead. So you just hit a tree." Cheng Chumo couldn't stand this guy's ridicule. He slapped Zhang Suan's head and said angrily, "You King are the same now." Zhang Sun was still in a good mood. After being hit, he naturally wasn't happy. He jumped up and wanted to fight back. Zhang Feng saw that the situation was not right and quickly reached out to stop him. Don't hit him. Do you still want the bow? After saying that, he didn't care about the other's reaction. He looked at Cheng Chumo and said, Iron Bull, take off your clothes and let me see. Cheng Chumo said, oh. He unwillingly stared at Zhang Sun and took off his clothes. Zhang Feng took the clothes and saw that there was no damage. It was almost the same as before. However, he had already guessed this result. After all, Iron Bull was completely fine. If there was a problem with the special combat uniform, this guy might really be lying here. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Sun and smiled. Bug, it's your turn. Come, put on your clothes. Zhang Sun waved his hand and took 2 steps back. He smiled and said, Feng, didn't Iron Bull already try it? I don't think it's necessary. Chapter 1959. When he saw Iron Bull's appearance just now, he was already a little scared. After all, lying on the ground was not a good feeling, and he did not want to experience it again. However, Zhang Feng did not agree. He stared at Zhang Sun and shouted, damn it, weren't you very enthusiastic just now? Why are you so scared now? Are you still a man? He did not want to force this guy to go, but this guy had already agreed. It was too unreliable to go back on his word now. Besides, it was always good to have one more person to do the experiment. What could Iron Bull alone prove? It could only prove that this guy had a good physique, and the advantages of the special combat suit were not fully reflected. Zhang Sun did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking. He looked bitterly at Cheng Chumo, but he did not expect that the latter would directly look back at him with a contemptuous look. This immediately aroused his competitive spirit. Therefore, he turned to Zhang Feng and said with a stern face, Fengzi, give me the thing. Lao Tzu does not believe it. Zhang Feng had been waiting for this sentence. He quickly handed over the special combat suit and said with a smile, come on, find a place to stand. Don't stand against a tree. Cheng Chumo blushed when he heard this. After all, anyone could tell that he was talking about him. Zhang Sun took the special combat suit and glanced at Cheng Chumo with a dissatisfied face. Then, he put it on and found an open space to stand. He shouted, Fengzi, I'm ready. Let's start. Zhang Feng nodded, took a few steps back, and put the gun on his shoulder. This time, he was not as nervous as before. After all, he had some experience. He aimed at Zhang Suan's special combat suit and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! Bang! Zhang Sun obviously took 2 steps back, but he did not fall down this time. He touched the special combat suit in front of him and did not feel anything unusual. He shouted, Fengzi, it's okay. Hearing the sound, Zhang Feng was also delighted. He hurriedly strode forward and checked carefully. Indeed, he did not find any new injuries. This was enough to prove that there was no problem with his special combat uniform. Even a skinny person like Zhang Sun Chong could defend against firearms wearing it. He smiled and said, Bug, you don't feel uncomfortable, do you? Although he didn't seem to have any problems on the surface, he still had to ask. Otherwise, what would he do if he suffered internal injuries in the future? Na Qingxiang thought of Zhang Suan's nonchalant look. He took off his special combat uniform and said with a smile, no problem. Zhang Feng nodded. He just needed to make sure that this guy was fine. Then, he looked at Du Go. De Bing, it's your turn now. Du Go was originally afraid. But seeing that Zhang Sun Chong was fine, he thought that he would be fine too. He took the special combat uniform from Zhang Sun Chong's hand and smiled at Zhang Feng. No problem, come on. After saying that, he stood at the position where Zhang Sun Chong was standing just now. His face was full of righteousness, as if he was going to sacrifice himself for science. Zhang Feng nodded and took 2 steps back. Then, he aimed and pulled the trigger. A burst of flame spewed out. Go took 2 steps back and touched the special combat uniform in front of him. Seeing that there was no problem, he shouted, "Fengzi, I'm fine too." Zhang Feng hurriedly went forward and checked. Sure enough, there was no injury at all. It could be said that it was lucky if there was no injury during the experiment. However, if there were 2 or 3 people and there was no injury, then it was definitely due to the special combat uniform. Thinking of this, he handed the special combat uniform in his hand to Arkanon and said with a serious face, "From now on, all the special combat uniforms will be made according to this method." Arkanon also saw the effect of the uniform just now. Naturally, he didn't dare to be negligent. He nodded and said, "Yes, Director." Cheng Chumo jumped up. He remembered that Fengzi had promised to give him a composite bow. Now that the experiment was done, he naturally couldn't let it go. "Fengzi, what about the bow you mentioned just now? When will you give it to me?" "Yes, when will you give it to me?" Zhang Sun Chong also asked loudly. He was beaten back a few steps just now. He couldn't just let it go. Zhang Feng naturally knew what these guys were thinking. He smiled and said, "We'll do it when we get back. Don't worry." "You haven't done it yet?" Go exclaimed. He thought that the bow and arrows were ready. Who would have thought that they hadn't done it yet? "What the hell are you shouting for?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Go. "Lao Tzu didn't say that he wouldn't give it to you. We'll do it when we get back." It was a good thing that these guys were interested in the composite bow. At least they wouldn't pester him for heavy armor and light cavalry. At worst, he could make some to whet their appetites. Cheng Chumo and the others were a little unhappy when they heard that they hadn't done it yet. However, when they heard that they were going to do it immediately, they couldn't help but be excited. Okay. Fengzi, hurry up." Zhang Feng nodded. He called Arkanon and the others and walked into the cave. Cheng Chumo and the others naturally followed closely behind. Chapter 1960. As soon as they returned to the cave, Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to urge Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, can we start now? What can we do for you?" Zhang Feng didn't answer. He turned to Arkanon and said, "Go and prepare some tuber wood and some ox horns. It's best if they're white. If you can't find any, find some cyan ones. Also, some ox tendons, deer gelatin, horse gelatin, fish gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin, cow gelatin, and other 5 kinds of gelatin." Hearing this, Arkanon frowned. At first, he didn't think it was difficult. Tuber wood was easy to find. After all, they were on the mountain and there were countless woods. But as he listened, he felt that something was wrong. Why were there ox horns? Wasn't this a little difficult? Ox horns were on the head of an ox. If you wanted ox horns, you had to kill the ox. But this was the Tang dynasty. Killing an ox for no reason was punishable by death. Putting that aside, where could he find ox tendons, deer gelatin, horse gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin, and cow gelatin? You couldn't buy them on the market. Only the royal family had them. This stumped him, and he asked a little worriedly, "Dean, of all the things you mentioned, only tuamu is easy to find. The others are not easy to find. For example, cow horns, cow tendons, deer glue, horse glue, and rhinoceros glue. These things may not be available on the market." Zhang Feng frowned. At first, he didn't think too much. He just wanted to tell them the materials of the composite bow. After all, to make a good composite bow, he needed these materials. Of course, it wasn't just for the promise to Cheng Chumo and the others. He also wanted to make a breakthrough and research new weapons. But Arkinon's words completely dampened his enthusiasm. Were these things really so hard to get? He wasn't willing to give up. He asked tentatively, "Go and find them on the market. If you can't find them," he lowered his head and pondered. Ox horns were the best. If they couldn't find them, then they could only use ox horns. For beef tendons, he could only use sheep tendon, deer gelatin was replaced with sheep gelatin, horse gelatin was replaced with donkey gelatin, rhino gelatin was replaced with dog gelatin. In any case, he had to collect all 5 types of glue. Otherwise, the bowstring of the composite bow would not last long, and its power would be greatly reduced. After making up his mind, he looked at Arjunan and continued, "Try your best to buy all the things I mentioned just now, no matter how much they cost. If you really don't have any, buy lamb tendons, sheep's gelatin, deer gelatin, dog gelatin, fish gelatin, rat gelatin, but the effect will be greatly reduced." Seeing that the dean had relented, Arjunan finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chengchumo, on the other hand, couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped up high and said, "No, how can we change the materials? Wouldn't the power of Lao Tzu's godly bow be greatly reduced?" He couldn't accept it. Why would he change the materials if he didn't have them? This composite bow belonged to Lao Tzu, and he definitely couldn't accept its power being reduced. Zhang Sun Chong was the same. When he heard that the composite bow's power would be greatly reduced, he shouted, "No, we can't change it. Motherf *Ker, did Lao Tzu make it, or did you make it? Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Zhang Feng glared at them, and his voice was even louder than the two of them. He shouted, "Where do you expect Arjunan to get these materials? Lao Tzu made it for you, and you're already doing him a favor. Why are you still making a fuss here? If you continue to make a fuss, get lost from Lao Tzu." Chengchumo was unhappy when he heard this. "This godly bow was made for me. How can it have nothing to do with me? Besides, if Arjunan can't find it, can't Lao Tzu find it?" He remembered that there was a warehouse at home, and there were many things given by the palace. It shouldn't be difficult to find things like horns and tendons. Zhang Sun Chong saw Chengchumo's attitude and said eagerly, "Yes, if you can't find these things, we can find them. But we definitely can't reduce the power of the godly bow." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. Why didn't he think of this earlier? These guys were all businessmen, and it wasn't difficult for them to get these strange materials. For others, this might be a crime punishable by death, but for these notorious rich kids, they could easily find a pile of these materials at home. Moreover, this composite bow was made for them, so they would work even harder. But these guys were so confident now, but when they got home, they might not have the guts to do so. After all, these materials were very valuable. What if they didn't dare to do it when they got home? No, he had to provoke them. Thinking about this, he deliberately put on an embarrassed expression. "I understand what you're saying, but these things are very valuable. If I go home to take them, I'm afraid I'll be hung up and beaten." "Beaten?" Chengchumo glared at him, his nostrils pointing at the sky. "Who the **CK dares to beat Lao Tzu?" Zhang Feng rejoiced in his heart. He had taken the bait. However, he still put on a worried expression. "If that's the case, come back soon." Chapter 1961. He knew old Cheng's temper. If Iron Bull went back and asked for something so valuable, old Cheng would definitely not give it to him. Iron Bull was also a person who refused to admit defeat. Who knew what he would do? Chengchumo ignored Zhang Feng's strange concern. He turned to Zhang Sun and Du Go and snorted, "Bug, what do you think? Go home and find the materials?" Zhang Sun Chong naturally agreed. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Sun Wuji would beat him up, because he was the only son in the family. His father was afraid that he would melt in his mouth and dote on him. Moreover, his mother doted on him a lot, so what did he want that she wouldn't give him? A mere bull's horn was still a piece of cake for him. However, Du Go was not so lucky. His father was relatively strict. It would not be easy to get the materials. However, thinking that the power of the divine bow would be greatly reduced, he seemed to muster up some courage. Moreover, Iron Bull and Bug were ready to go. If he did not go, he would seem like a coward. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Let's go back and prepare." After saying that, the three of them glanced at Zhang Feng and turned to walk out of the cave. "Go and prepare the logs. The more the better." Zhang Feng saw that this guy had left and said to Arkan non-happily. He was not worried that Cheng Chumo and the others would not be able to get the horns and other things back. He understood these guys. As long as they heard that something was beneficial to them, they would be more enthusiastic than anyone else. Arkanon naturally did not dare to be negligent. He called his men and went up the mountain to prepare to cut the logs. Cheng Chumo, on the other hand, was afraid as soon as he came out of the cave. He was regretting that he had impulsively agreed to Zhang Feng's request. How was he going to tell his old man about such valuable materials? If this was known, wouldn't he be beaten to death? What should he do? Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to Zhang Sun and Du Go. His eyes turned as if he had thought of something. He revealed a malicious look and said, "I say, brothers, you should know about my family's situation. I, Lao Tzu, am usually very fierce. You should have seen it, right?" Okay. Zhang Sun replied indifferently before turning to chat with Du Go. It was as if he did not care about Cheng Chumo's words. In fact, he had already guessed the gist of it. This brat just wanted to complain and then ask for more materials. Humph, no way. Cheng Chumo saw that Zhang Sun could not be bothered with him, so he turned and ran in front of Du Go. Grinning, he said, "De Bing, I'll tell you the truth. That old Cheng of mine definitely won't allow me to take anything. Help me." "Stop." Du Go waved his hand and quickly took 2 steps back. With a look of disdain, he looked at Cheng Chumo and said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier? Now you're begging us?" "No way." Zhang Sun Chong nodded his head and hugged Du Go as if they were on the same side. "That's right. Since you didn't mention it just now, don't think about it now. Think of a way yourself." After saying that, he pulled Du Go and ran towards the foot of the mountain. In any case, he was not afraid of not being able to get it. As for Tai Nyo, he was on his own. However, this made Cheng Chumo extremely anxious. When he saw the two running away, he quickly chased after them. "Wait for Lao Tzu." Zhang Sun Chong ran extremely fast. Cheng Chumo could not catch up and could only find a carriage to return home. Before he reached the door, his heart was in his throat. He was afraid that he would run into that fierce old Cheng of his family. Thus, he stood far away and observed for a long time. When he saw that there was no trace of old Cheng at the door, he felt relieved and walked towards the door. When he saw a servant standing at the door, he quickly ran up and carefully glanced inside the residence. When he saw that there was no one, he asked softly, "Is my father in the residence?" The servant knew that the young master was afraid of the old master and could understand his thoughts. He leaned over to Cheng Chumo's ear and replied, "Young master, the old master just came back from court. He's probably resting now." When he heard this, Cheng Chumo's heart sank. If old Cheng was not at home, he might be able to beg his mother. But now that old Cheng was at home, what could he do? Go back like this? No, if he went back empty-handed, he would definitely be laughed at by Feng Zi and Gu. Lao Tzu was a dignified playboy of Chang'an. How could he endure this? But how could he get past old Cheng? Could he steal it? It seemed that there was only one way now. Old Cheng might not find out. Besides, even if old Cheng found out, he could just live in the academy in the future and wait for old Cheng's anger to subside. Thinking of this, he tiptoed towards the storeroom. But at this moment, a loud shout came from behind him. "Stop!" He was very familiar with this voice. It was old Cheng. His first thought was to turn around and run. He could not let old Cheng catch him, or he would be beaten to death. However, on second thought, he had not stolen anything yet. He felt more strength in his body. He straightened his back, turned to look at old Cheng, and said with a smile, "Father, you." Before he could finish his words, he felt a big slap coming towards him. Then, his vision turned black, and his face burned. He took 2 steps back before he could steady himself. He was stunned. Why did his father hit him? He had not stolen anything yet, had he? Chapter 1962. Could it be that his father saw something? Thinking of this, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. "Father, I haven't, don't give Lao Tzu excuses." Cheng Yaojin strode forward and grabbed Cheng Chumo's shoulder. He slapped him again and roared, "Lao Tzu thought you died outside. You still know to come back? Do you know how long Lao Tzu has been out looking for you? You heartless dog, Lao Tzu will beat you to death." After saying this, he slapped Cheng Chumo's face again. He scolded him as he slapped him. He felt that the anger that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time had finally exploded. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. Anyone would be angry if this happened to them. Thinking about it, the Cheng family only had one son. The huge Cheng family was counting on this guy to carry on the family line. In the end, this dog went to Shenzhou with Zhang Feng. What kind of place was Shenzhou? It was the border and there were Turks stationed there. If something happened, what would happen to the Cheng family? What would happen to such a huge family business? And the most important thing was that this bastard didn't even inform him when he came back. Instead, he went to fool around with Zhang Feng. That brat Zhang Feng had some talent, but he was full of evil tricks. This trip to Shenzhou was probably planned by this brat. He also wanted to find Zhang Feng to settle the score. However, when he thought about how Li Erlang didn't make a fuss about it and treated Zhang Feng very well, he thought about it and put it aside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to get into trouble. Therefore, he practiced martial arts at home and vented the anger in his heart. Coincidentally, this dog, Iron Bull, came back. He was still worried about how to vent his anger. Since this kid came to meet him, he naturally couldn't avoid a violent beating. As for Cheng Chumo, he could only hold his head and bear it silently. He didn't dare to resist because he knew that the more he resisted, the more excited old Cheng would be and the stronger he would be. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to bear it. He only felt his cheeks burning, as if they weren't his own. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Cheng Yaojin was probably tired. He lifted his hands and threw Cheng Chumo to the side. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. As he panted, he said, "You dog, Lao Tzu let you go this time. If it was Lao Tzu in the past, he would definitely beat you to a pulp. Now, let's talk about Shenzhou." Cheng Chumo's face was bruised and swollen from old Cheng's beating. One side of his face was bigger than the other. It was bruised and red, and he was dizzy. He felt as if there was something on his head, and he couldn't hear old Cheng's words. He was panting like a dead dog. When Cheng Yaojin saw that his words were not effective, he raised his eyebrows and kicked him. He roared, "Did King listen to what Lao Tzu said? Is there something wrong with your ears?" This kick made Cheng Chumo quiver. In an instant, he felt a lot sober. He held his cheek and said vaguely, "Father, what did you say just now? Lao Tzu is asking you about Shenzhou. Why are King pretending?" Cheng Yaojin glared at Cheng Chumo angrily. Cheng Chumo suddenly understood. It turned out that old Cheng didn't beat him because he wanted to steal something. He wanted to ask about Shenzhou. When he thought of Shenzhou, he felt as if his body had hardened. There was no other reason. It was because this incident in Shenzhou had made the Tang dynasty proud. This time, if his father wanted to ask about Shenzhou, he would brag about it. Maybe he would have a chance to talk about the materials later. Thinking of this, he wiped the saliva leaking from the corner of his mouth and tried to squeeze out a smile. However, this smile was uglier than crying, but he didn't realize it at all. He still said, "Father, this time in Shenzhou, we were really awe-inspiring. When I think of it, Feng Zi, Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go, we were so scared in the sky, f*ck, get to the point." Cheng Yaojin frowned and was a little angry. He originally wanted to hear something he didn't know, but this guy didn't say anything to the point. Oh, Cheng Chumo nodded repeatedly. He saw that old Cheng's face was not very good, so he didn't dare to be arrogant. He said in a well-behaved manner, "The four of us set off from Chang'an and then went to Shenzhou. Just now, it was Feng Zi who suggested that we go to bomb the Turkic camp. The three of us naturally didn't agree, but Feng Zi forced us to go." "Wait," Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and was a little confused. "Why didn't you agree to go?" He had been fighting all his life, and he hated those foreign races the most. Every year, they came to the Tang dynasty to burn, kill, and loot. For this reason, he and Yuchi Gong had jointly submitted a memorial to ask for troops to be sent to the Turkic kingdom. Unfortunately, they were rejected by Li Erlang because of the lack of provisions. Now that this guy had such a good opportunity to kill the Turkic kingdom, why didn't he agree? Was there shit in his brain? He was now very suspicious. Was this Iron Bull his son? Why didn't he have the ruthlessness he had in the past? No, he had to ask that woman of the Chui family later if she had a lover outside. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at Cheng Chumo, as if he wanted to see something. Chapter 1963. Cheng Chumo was chilled by old Cheng's gaze, and he didn't dare to answer. Because he couldn't answer. If he said that he was afraid, then according to old Cheng's temper, he would probably be beaten up again. Cheng Yaojin's eyes were sharp, and he sensed something was wrong. He snorted coldly. "Were you King scared at that time?" He knew his son very well. Although he was usually more arrogant than anyone else, as if he had inherited the temperament of the Cheng family, when it came to life and death, he would run faster than anyone else. Of course, he didn't object to his son saving his life. But this time was different. He wasn't in any danger, and he was even killing Turks. Even if he died, he would be fighting for the glory of the Cheng clan. At worst, he would just have to work hard for a few more years to give birth to another child. But running away was wrong. This was King disgrace to the Cheng family and the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, he raised his foot and kicked out, shouting, "What the *ck are you afraid of? At worst, Lao Tzu will mourn for you after you die." After saying that, he felt that something was wrong, so he quickly changed his words. At worst, he'll be a hero again after 18 years. Cheng Chumo was so scared that he stepped back. His fear of old Cheng was deeply buried in his bones. If he was kicked again, he would probably be crippled. He quickly begged for mercy. "Father, don't hit me. I didn't run away. I went with Feng Zi and the others." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin withdrew his foot. His expression softened a little, but he still pretended to be angry. "Go on. What happened after that?" Cheng Chumo nodded and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "I was scared just now, but when I thought about father's usual teachings, how could he let these Turks kill people on the land of the Tang dynasty? So, he and Feng Zi dropped explosives on the Turk camp, and it exploded into a sea of fire." Cheng Yaojin nodded in satisfaction. Especially when he heard his father's teachings, he felt like a spring breeze in his heart. It seemed like this dog, no, Iron Bull had not forgotten Lao Tzu's teachings. She was still able to remember Lao Tzu's teachings even when she was in danger. He really didn't raise her in vain. Now it seemed that Feng Zi was not bad. Although he was a little reckless, he had at least blown up the Turkic camp and wounded Xieli and Tuli, temporarily removing a scourge for the Tang dynasty. The more he looked at Tainyo, the more he liked him. He didn't think that he was someone else's son anymore. After all, who would dare to bomb the Turkic camp? Only the Cheng family's son would dare to do that. As he thought about it, a smile finally appeared on his face. He said rather proudly, "Come, tell Lao Tzu what teachings he remembered. In the future, Lao Tzu will be treated as a family heirloom and let everyone in the Cheng family know." When Cheng Chumo saw that old Cheng's expression had improved, he couldn't help but feel happy. But what was this teaching? He raised his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he remembered and hurriedly said, "At that time, I only thought that my father taught me to fight cocks when I was 3 years old, taught me to drink when I was 4 years old, and taught me to give birth when I was 5 years old. I was thinking that if I had died at that time, I wouldn't have been able to play with these things in the future." As Cheng Chumo spoke, he smiled proudly because he felt that he had caught old Cheng's appetite. In this way, he might be able to settle the matter of the materials later. However, he didn't know that when he talked about fighting cocks, old Cheng's expression had changed. When he was 5 years old, old Cheng's entire face had darkened. He had never thought that this dog's teachings would be this. These were all things that he had taught his son when he was bored. He treated it as a way to pass the time. He had originally thought that this dog would say something, but in the end, this was it? Could this F***king be a family heirloom? He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Just as he was about to slap him, he saw Cheng Chumo turn his head and look at him with a dumbfounded expression. Cheng Yaojin's anger seemed to have suddenly dissipated. It wasn't because he was tired, but when he saw the scars on his son's face, he couldn't bear it. He had already been beaten to such a state. If he were to hit him again, he would probably be lying on the bed, right? As he thought about it, he put down his palm and snorted coldly. "Tell your son about these things in the future. Don't mention them in front of Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is still very angry." Cheng Chumo had originally planned to brag about old Cheng, but when he turned his head and saw that old Cheng was about to hit him and put down his hand, he was instantly stunned. Seeing that old Cheng was angry, he was even more confused. He asked, "Father, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. Get lost, get lost." Old Cheng waved his hand and said impatiently, "Don't fool around outside in the future. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will break your legs." Hearing this, Cheng Chumo was delighted. He knew that old Cheng had let him off by saying this. Since he had let him off, he could go to the storeroom later. He quickly said, "Thank you, father." After saying that, he turned around and ran in the direction of the storeroom. Cheng Yaojin frowned when he saw this. According to this kid's personality, if he had just been injured, he would have gone back to the Chui family to complain. Why did he change his personality today? Not only did he not go back to his house, but he also walked in the direction of the storeroom? Chapter 1964. Could it be that this brat wanted to take something from the storeroom? It wasn't impossible. This brat had a criminal record. Perhaps he wanted to do something this time? Was there something strange? Thinking of this, he waved his hand to summon a servant and whispered in his ear, "Follow the young master and see what he's up to." The servant nodded and followed closely behind Cheng Chumo. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo walked all the way to the storeroom. Seeing the guard standing at the door, he straightened his back and assumed the posture of a young master of the Cheng family. "You two open the storeroom. Lao Tzu wants to go in and check." Unexpectedly, the servant didn't open the door. Instead, he sized up Cheng Chumo as if he didn't recognize the person in front of him. "You are?" It wasn't that they didn't recognize Cheng Chumo, but Cheng Chumo's current appearance was difficult to recognize. One side of his face was big and the other side was small. Furthermore, it was completely red. How could they recognize him? Moreover, this fellow had been wearing the clothes of the Jianghu residents ever since he returned from Shenzhou. This was completely out of place with the Cheng residents. Therefore, the guard asked this question. However, this question angered Cheng Chumo. Lao Tzu was a dignified young master of the Duke. How could no one recognize him now? Moreover, he was a guard of the Cheng residents. This was simply humiliating. His young master temper exploded. He glared at the guard and scolded, "You dogs don't even recognize Lao Tzu." Lao Tzu is the young master of the Qing family, Qing Chumo. Do you believe that Lao Tzu will break your legs? He was so angry that he stomped his feet. He thought to himself, old Qing hit Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu still didn't have a place to vent his anger. Now, he's using you guys to vent his anger. Thinking of this, he reached out and prepared to slap them. In the blink of an eye, the guard discovered something. This was the young master. He had been in the Qing residence for many years and naturally knew that the Duke had a bad temper and often hit the young master. Therefore, he was used to all of this. However, he didn't expect the beating to be so fierce this time. Young master's entire face was swollen. No wonder he didn't recognize him just now. Now that young master was angry, he wanted to vent his anger. Hiss, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind suddenly flashed with the notorious reputation of the young master. His legs couldn't help but go soft. He quickly knelt down, "Young master, please spare my life." This slave had eyes but failed to see. Qing Chumo coldly snorted as his palm missed. It seemed that he had yet to vent his anger. He kicked the guard's shoulder and scolded, "Lao Tzu can't teach others a lesson, but can't he teach you a lesson? Open the storeroom door immediately." The guard staggered and quickly returned to his original position. His hands trembled slightly as he said, "Young master, the storehouse had always been managed by the madam, who was the young master's birth mother. This madam could be said to be the tyrant of the Qing mansion, or even the tyrant of Chang'an. She had once said that no one should open the storehouse without permission. But now, the young master wanted to open the storehouse without permission. Wasn't that courting death? He didn't dare to provoke this. The young master might be fine if he barged in, but he might be beaten. Qing Chumo naturally knew this, but he didn't dare to ask his mother for permission. That guy was more powerful than old Qing. He might as well barge in. Anyway, his father wasn't angry. The Xingzhou incident had already been reported to the Qing mansion, so it should be fine. Even if there was trouble, it would be this guard. He clenched his fist and continued to threaten, "Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to be beaten to death by me. The second is to open the door. Choose one." The guard quivered and felt a chill run down his back. He knew the young master's notoriety. If he dared to claim second place in Chang'an, no one dared to claim first place. Now that he said he wanted to beat him to death, it didn't seem like he was lying. But if he opened the door, how could he get past the madam? She was someone who was more troublesome than the young master. What should he do? Just as he was vexed, an idea came to his mind. If he fainted and the young master took the key, it shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? After thinking it over, this method was the safest and the best. After making up his mind, he took a bunch of keys from his waist and threw them on the ground. "I don't know anything." With that, he closed his eyes as if he was really in a coma. Qing Chumo smiled. This guy was really clever. Did he really think he could pretend to be in a coma and everything would be fine? But he didn't expose him. He picked up the keys and looked around. Seeing that no one was around, he opened the door and walked in quickly. Qing Chumo thought that no one saw all this, but he didn't expect that a pair of eyes in the distance saw everything clearly. This person was the servant sent by Cheng Yaojin just now. Seeing that the young master didn't come out, he strode to Cheng Yaojin. "Master." The young master entered the storeroom. "What?" Cheng Yaojin exclaimed and quickly asked, "What did this dog enter the storeroom for?" The storeroom had always been in charge of the tigress. This dog dared to enter without orders? Usually, even he didn't dare to go in. Wasn't he courting death by going in now? The servant shook his head, "I don't know." Chapter 1965. Cheng Yaojin frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, so he strode toward the storeroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Cheng Chumo rummaging through the box. His expression changed, and he scolded softly, "You dog, what are you doing?" He didn't dare to raise his voice now. If the tigress found out, then his son would be finished. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Tainyo had gone to Shenzhou and won glory for the Qing family. How could he bear to see him being trampled by the tigress? That was why he came over and planned to save Tainyo. When Cheng Chumo saw old Cheng coming over, he was first shocked and then afraid. He was afraid that old Cheng would attack him again. But now, it seemed that old Cheng wasn't as angry as before. He instantly understood and went up to him with a smile. "Father, I'm looking for a few things. Just pretend that you didn't see it." Bulsh *T, Cheng Yaojin shook off Cheng Chumo's hand that was trying to beg for mercy. He glared at him. "Don't you King know that this storeroom belongs to that old mother?" When the servant behind him heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He also knew that the master was afraid of the madam and was dissatisfied, but he didn't expect him to say it so openly. However, this was the master's family matter, so he didn't dare to interfere. He could only tug at the master's sleeve. "Why the *CK are you talking about Lao Tzu?" Cheng Yaojin turned around abruptly with a dissatisfied expression. However, he saw the servant give him a look. He seemed to realize something and turned to look at Cheng Chumo. He changed his words and said, "Don't you know that this storeroom is under your mother's control? Do you want to die? Hurry up and go out with Lao Tzu." "No, this thing is very important. I won't leave until I find it." Cheng Chumo refused flatly. He was not worried that old Cheng would hit him now because he could see that old Cheng had already calmed down. Moreover, he had actually heard the word tigress just now, but he chose to ignore it because he also knew old Cheng's difficulties. He was bullied by his mother every day. Not only old Cheng, but even he was the same. If old Cheng did not agree now, then he would tell his mother that old Cheng had called her a tigress. Cheng Yaojin didn't know what Cheng Chumo was thinking. He wanted to pull this dog out of the warehouse, but this guy didn't want to go out. He wanted to find something, and he looked like he wasn't afraid of a tigress. This aroused his curiosity, so he asked, "What are you looking for? Could it be more important than your life? What about your mother? Don't you know what your mother is like?" "Of course I know what my mother is like." Cheng Chumo's mouth revealed a trace of a malicious smile, "But, with you here, of course I'm not afraid." Cheng Yaojin was stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He quickly asked, "What the *CK do you mean?" Cheng Chumo chuckled as if he wasn't afraid of others hearing him. He said at the top of his voice, "You know that I entered the warehouse just now, right? Otherwise, why would you come so quickly? And you just called my mother tigress." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly went forward to cover Cheng Chumo's mouth and said softly, "Keep your *King voice down. Are you afraid that others won't hear you?" After saying that, he deliberately stuck his head out and glanced at the door a few times, afraid that outsiders would hear him. He had no choice. Ever since he married this woman from the Chui family, he couldn't control her. Now, he was even more afraid. If it weren't for saving his son, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But he didn't expect that he would be dragged into this bastard's boat as soon as he arrived. It was only now that he realized it. What if the tigress found out? He glared at Cheng Chumo unwillingly. He still didn't want to let go of his hand. "Bastard, what do you mean? Also, what are you looking for?" "Woo-woo," Cheng Chumo's face turned red. He quickly pointed at the big hand on his mouth. Cheng Chumo realized that he was still covering his son. He glared at Cheng Chumo and said, "Bastard, if you dare to play any tricks, Lao Tzu will beat you to death." After saying that, he gently let go of his hand. Cheng Chumo gasped for oxygen. He almost suffocated to death. Finally, he felt better. He glanced at Cheng Yaojin and said with a smile, "Father, I'm looking for cow horns and cow glue." Cow horns? Cow glue? Cheng Yaojin frowned and was somewhat puzzled. What was the use of these things? Weren't they just for viewing and eating? Could it be that this bastard wanted to maintain his health? Even if he wanted to maintain his health, there was no need to steal from the warehouse. He asked curiously, "What are you looking for these things for? To eat?" Cheng Chumo shook his head and waved his hand to dismiss the servants. He then leaned over to Cheng Yaojin's ear and said, "Feng Zi recently made a bow and arrow. He needs these things." Cheng Yaojin was even more puzzled. Didn't Feng Zi already make a bow and arrow? Why did he want to make one now? Also, what was the use of cow glue for the bow and arrow? Cheng Chumo didn't notice Cheng Yaojin's puzzled expression. Instead, he continued, he said that his bow and arrow needs 200 stones of strength to draw. It can also split gold and stone and take people's lives from 1,000 miles away. Chapter 1966. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. What kind of bow would require 200 stones of strength to draw? Wasn't this F***king terrifying? Some soldiers didn't even have the strength of 200 stones. What was there to split gold and stone? Killing someone from 1,000 miles away? This was even more impossible. Even the military's bows couldn't reach this level. Could it be that Zhang Feng's bow was so powerful? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He now believed that Zhang Feng was bragging and tricking his foolish son into coming back to steal. Yes, that must be it. Thinking about this, he grabbed Cheng Chumo's shoulder and said seriously, "Tainyo, did that bastard Zhang Feng trick you into coming back to steal?" He decided that as long as his son said yes, he would go up to Mount Shao to teach Zhang Feng a lesson. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't beat him up, but it shouldn't be a problem to teach him a lesson. He looked at his son expectantly, hoping that he would tell the truth. However, the result was something he never expected. Cheng Chumo shook off Cheng Yaojin's hand and said expectantly, "Of course not. Feng Zi didn't need to trick me. It was me." Speaking of this, his face turned red. At that time, Feng Zi wanted to make a divine bow, but he didn't have enough materials. He said that he would use other materials instead, but the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, Zhang Sun and I rushed over, and Du Go agreed to help him find the materials. What? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed and looked at Cheng Chumo angrily. So it was you who came back to steal? What's the use of that damn bow? Aren't you afraid of being tricked by Feng Zi? I won't. Cheng Chumo waved his hand and didn't care. Father, think about it. Feng Zi made so many good things before, such as the Mitsubishi Army knife, the hot air balloon, and so on. Isn't it normal to make a divine bow now? Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes, clearly thinking about these words. Indeed, Zhang Feng had made many good things before, such as the Mitsubishi Army knife, which was still used in the military. Basically, the things that this kid made were all good. This time, it should be the same, right? Moreover, seeing how Tainyo was so confident, it was more likely. Taking these things wouldn't cause the Cheng family too much loss, so why not just go along with it this time? Maybe he could make something good? Thinking of this, he grabbed Cheng Chumo and stared at him, revealing a smile that made people feel that he was up to no good. Boy, I will pretend that I didn't see what happened just now. You can look for whatever you want, but when you go up the mountain later, you have to take me with you. I want to see what kind of bullshit bow you are talking about. Then what if mother finds out? Cheng Chumo looked at Cheng Yaojin timidly. He said that he wasn't afraid, but when he thought of his mother, he was still afraid. Moreover, Cheng Yaojin didn't mention this just now. Now that he suddenly mentioned it, he was a little caught off guard. Cheng Yaojin didn't care about this because he already had a plan in mind. He waved his hand and said, "When we go up the mountain later, your mother won't know anything. Besides, even if she knows, she won't go up the mountain to look for Lao Tzu. In fact, he had already thought it through. When he went up the mountain with Tai Nyo, even if the tigress found out, she wouldn't go up the mountain to look for him. Taking a step back, even if they went down the mountain, he could push all the blame to Tai Nyo and say that Tai Nyo opened the warehouse privately. Who would know? Guards? Would he dare to say it? At most, Tai Nyo would be beaten up, and then he would come out to plead for mercy. This was simply perfect. Cheng Chumo had no idea that he had been tricked by his father. He still thought that old Cheng had boarded his pirate ship. He smiled and said, "Father is right. Then let's start looking now." "No, no, no." Cheng Yaojin shook his head and pointed at Cheng Chumo. "You're the one who's looking. I'll keep watch outside for you. Otherwise, what if someone comes in?" He now wanted to get rid of himself. As long as he didn't look for things with Tai Nyo, even if someone found out, the tigress couldn't do anything to him. Of course, Cheng Chumo wasn't stupid. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't tell. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Cheng Yaojin's back and the door was closed. He was a little disappointed, but when he thought of the divine bow, he immediately became spirited again. He couldn't care less. He rolled up his sleeves and began to search the boxes one by one. After about half an hour, he finally found cow glue, cow horns, donkey glue, and other things. He was so happy that he almost jumped up. He hurriedly opened the door and was about to go out when a fat head blocked his way. It was Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Chumo chuckled and waved the cow glue in his hand. "Father, I found something." Cheng Yaojin was delighted. He turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he snatched the cow glue and other things. "This thing is precious. Lao Tzu will keep it for you first." Chapter 1967. How could Cheng Chumo agree? This was something he had found himself. Just as he was about to ask for it, he saw that old Cheng had already slipped out of the door. He became anxious. "Father, wait for me." As he spoke, he had already started chasing after Cheng Yaojin. As soon as he caught up, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Father, I found this." "How can you snatch it?" Who was Cheng Yaojin? What had he not snatched before? How could he relent now? He put the beef glue and the other things in his arms and glanced at Cheng Chumo. "We'll talk later. Let's go out first, or your mother will catch us." His words were naturally to coax Cheng Chumo. Now, it was best to leave. When the time came, how could he return it to his silly son? However, Cheng Chumo took it seriously. He thought that old Cheng was afraid of his mother, so he kept the beef tendons and the other things in his arms. Therefore, he believed it without a doubt. He followed old Cheng's footsteps and ran out of the door. The two of them were very fast and arrived at the gate of the manor in a moment. They didn't know if old Cheng had arranged it in advance, but there were already 2 good horses waiting here. The father and son mounted the high horses together and rushed to Shao Mountain. The moment they left, waves of women's curses came from the Cheng residence. The voice was loud and clear, sharp but not lacking in spirit. However, every sentence was related to Cheng Yaojin and the ancestors of the Cheng family. On the other hand, the father and son did not stop cursing along the way. Cheng Chumo asked for the beef glue and the other things back because he thought that he had brought them here. How could he give them to others, not even his own father? Besides, what if Feng Zi went back on his word? Cheng Yaojin, on the other hand, cursed Cheng Chumo for being unfilial. He still had to fight with Lao Tzu for this little thing. In any case, he had made up his mind not to give it to his silly son. It wasn't that he wanted to snatch it, but he wanted to see if Feng Zi's divine bow was as awesome as Cheng Chumo said. When the time came, he would decide whether to give it to him or not. Otherwise, what if he lost money? He wouldn't be able to explain it to the tigress when he returned. After sprinting all the way, the father and son finally arrived at the smithy. The temperature inside made Cheng Yaojin unbearably hot. He wanted to turn around and leave several times, but when he thought of the divine bow, he stopped. He opened his clothes and dried his belly. He kept wiping the sweat on his forehead with his clothes. While wiping, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Feng Zi, why is your damn place still so hot? When will the temperature drop?" Zhang Feng smiled and pointed at the furnace in front of him. "The high temperature here is mainly due to these furnaces. However, there is nothing we can do about it. If the temperature drops, where will the weapons be refined? In the end, we still have to start another furnace, right?" Cheng Yaojin curled his lips. He knew that Zhang Feng's words made sense, but he couldn't refute them. He could only change the topic. "Then tell me about that divine bow of yours. I heard from Iron Bull that your divine bow is very powerful and can cut through gold and stone. Because of that, this dog talked about it the whole way in front of Lao Tzu and even went home to steal something." "Stealing?" Zhang Feng was stunned. "So Iron Bull went home to steal something? Lao Tzu didn't instruct him. Could it be that old Cheng thought that Lao Tzu instructed Iron Bull to do it?" Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Cheng Chumo. The latter also felt his burning gaze. He blushed and gave Zhang Feng a look. He signaled that he had been caught. Zhang Feng instantly understood. So this dog was caught by old Cheng for stealing. No wonder old Cheng followed him. It seemed that old Cheng was suspicious of him. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Cheng Yaojin and explained, "Old Cheng, I didn't instruct him to do this." "I know." Cheng Yaojin waved his hand with a look of indifference. "Iron Bull already told me. He wanted to go home to steal." Hearing this, Zhang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't suspect that he had instigated Iron Bull, it was fine. Although he wasn't afraid of old Cheng, it wouldn't be good for his reputation if word got out. Back then, Lao Tzu had worked so hard to make a name for himself. He couldn't let this old guy ruin it. Just as he was about to explain, Cheng Yaojin spoke again. "How is your divine bow? Lao Tzu has already prepared the materials. Tell me." As he spoke, he opened his wet clothes. A stench of sweat wafted over. Cow glue, cow horns, and other things appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Zhang Feng's eyes were green. Even though the stench of sweat spread throughout the cave, he didn't seem to feel it. He stared fixedly at the cow glue, unwilling to look away. Cheng Yaojin saw all of this. He chuckled and rolled up the cow glue again, as if he was deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. "How is it? Isn't this the best cow glue and cow horns?" Zhang Feng felt that he hadn't seen enough, but the cow glue had already disappeared in front of his eyes. He rolled his eyes at old Cheng and said unhappily, "Yes, it's good stuff." Cheng Yaojin raised his head so high that he could see the hair on his nose. It was only because he now had the capital that he said arrogantly, "Tell me about your divine bow." Chapter 1968. Zhang Feng smiled, thinking that old Cheng would admit defeat. He deliberately coughed twice and said with a smile, "My bow is called a composite bow. I told Iron Bull before that if the material is good, that is, if it is made of something like cow glue, it will have at least 200 stones of strength. If it is pulled, it will be able to pierce gold and break stone." He hadn't made it yet. What he said was just speculation, but it shouldn't be too far off. But in Cheng Yaojin's ears, it was a little different. Although he had heard Iron Bull mention it once before, now that he heard Zhang Feng say it, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. If this thing was real, then he had to make one in advance. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Fengzi, when will you start making it?" Zhang Feng glanced at the entrance of the cave. "Aren't we waiting for Buggy and Big Pancake? They haven't brought their materials yet." Hearing the materials, Cheng Yaojin quickly spread the clothes in front of Zhang Feng and said hurriedly, "What do you think of these materials?" A smell of sweat came. Zhang Feng quickly covered his nose, but he felt that it was not good. In order to care about old Cheng's face, he had to put down his hand and carefully check the materials. He just looked at it from a distance and didn't see it clearly. Now he had to take a good look. The raw materials would directly affect the finished product, so he couldn't be careless. Even if he didn't need these things, there would be some satisfaction in making them. Moreover, they might be used in the army in the future. He twisted a ball of cow glue with his hand and looked at it carefully. It was yellow with white, and white with red. At first glance, it was a high-quality cow glue, but it was covered with old Cheng's sweat. He put down the cow glue in disgust and tried to smile. "This thing is good, but it's not complete. There are only cow horns, cow glue, and donkey glue. These three things, so we have to wait for Buggy and the others. These things aren't enough?" Cheng Yaojin asked subconsciously. He didn't know how many materials he needed before. If he knew, he would have moved all the materials from the warehouse. Of course not. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said snappily, "I told Tai Nyo very clearly that I want cow horn, cow tendon, deer glue, horse glue, fish glue, rhinoceros glue, and cow glue. A total of 7 materials. This time you brought 3 of them. How are you going to make them?" When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he felt that something was wrong. In the beginning, Iron Bull didn't tell him so much. He only said that he wanted cow horns, cow glue, and the like. Why did so many things pop out now? He subconsciously looked at Cheng Chumo with a questioning look on his face. Cheng Chumo, on the other hand, was startled. He knew that this was his own fault and hurriedly said, "Father, when I entered the warehouse, I only found these 3 things. There was nothing else. You can't blame me." Cheng Yaojin sighed. This Iron Bull was really AF** King Cow. If there was nothing, he wouldn't tell Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu went out to think of a solution. Now he had to wait for the 2 dogs from Zhangsun and Du family. Once they arrived, the things that belonged to the Cheng family would be shared among the 3 families. How could he not be angry? Thinking of this, he wanted to go up and give this kid a big slap. But when he saw that Feng Zi was still beside him, he held back and gave this kid some face. So, he snorted and turned to Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Feng Zi, let's not rush. Come, sit here and have some tea." Now that there was no other way, he could only try to please Feng Zi. As for whether it would be effective, he didn't know. Na Cheng thought that Zhang Feng didn't seem to fall for this. He just waved his hand and said, "You don't have to do this. Wait for Buggy and the others to do it." Hearing these words, Cheng Yaojin felt a chill in his heart, and his excitement instantly disappeared. However, he couldn't complain to Feng Zi, so he could only sit at the side and wait for the Zhangsun family's dog. Cheng Chumo, seeing that old Cheng and Feng Zi didn't say anything, could only find a seat casually, always on guard against old Cheng's smacking. Zhang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. He took out a cigarette from his waist, silently lit it, and took a deep puff. It was as if cigarettes could send away all his troubles. Everyone was silent like this. After about 15 minutes, there was a burst of excited shouts from the entrance of the cave. "Feng Zi, we're back." Without looking, he knew that it was Jiangsuan's and Du Go's voices. Zhang Feng was about to get up and go forward, but Na Cheng thought that Cheng Yaojin seemed to be a little impatient. He took a few steps forward, tied up the dogs with one hand, and shouted, "You 2 dogs, have you brought the materials?" Jiangsuan's and Du Go's original plan was to brag in front of Feng Zi. Na Cheng thought that a burly man suddenly appeared in front of them, which scared them. They were about to curse, but when they took a closer look, they saw that it was the master of the Cheng family. Immediately, the 2 of them were so scared that their legs went soft. They said in a trembling voice, Master Chen, why are you here? Although they were not afraid of Cheng Chumo, they were afraid of this devil. This was a person who had been on the battlefield and even dared to beat the emperor. They didn't have the guts to shout in front of this master. Even if their father was a high official in the imperial court, they had to bow their heads now. Chapter 1969. Cheng Yaojin seemed to enjoy the two puppies admitting defeat. His eyes flashed with pride, but it was only for a moment. Soon, he glared at the two of them and said, Lao Tzu just asked if you brought the materials. Did you stuff your ears? Big brother Chen, no. Old Master Chen. Dugo was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He was already incoherent and couldn't remember anything about the materials. Luckily, Zhang Sun didn't completely lose his mind. He squeezed the rubber in his arms and said with a trembling voice, Old Master Chen, it's here. Cheng Yaojin glanced at the things in Zhang Sun's arms and was overjoyed. He wanted to snatch them away, but Zhang Sun seemed to be prepared. He pulled back his hand and Cheng Yaojin missed. He was furious and stared at Zhang Sun. Brat, give them to me. Zhang Sun was afraid of Cheng Yaojin, but the rubber was something he took from home with great difficulty. How could he give it to someone else so easily? Moreover, this was Feng Zi's territory. He couldn't let this old thing do whatever he wanted. He thought for a while and said with a trembling voice, I won't. Cheng Yaojin was furious. No one had dared to say no to him for so many years. Now, it was a junior. He reached out his hand and wanted to slap him. Zhang Sun's face turned pale. He knew how strong this old guy was. Back then, Tai Nyo was beaten half to death because of a small mistake. If it was him, SSS, he didn't even dare to think about it. He quickly turned his head and tried to dodge the slap. Dugo was also frightened. Even though he knew he wasn't the one being hit, he was still worried that the old thing's power would affect him. Therefore, he hugged his head and squatted on the ground. He planned to get up when it was over. However, after squatting on the ground for a long time, he didn't see Zhang Sun scream. Did the Demon King let the bugs go? He was a little puzzled and secretly raised his head to take a look. Zhang Feng strode forward and grabbed Cheng Yaojin's right hand that was about to fall. Cheng Yaojin was a little annoyed. Who the hell dared to disturb Lao Tzu? He turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Feng. He immediately put on a smile and said, Feng Zi, why are you here? Zhang Feng saw that Cheng Yaojin didn't intend to make a move, so he let go of his hand and tried to persuade him, Old Cheng, can you change your temper? Don't beat people up for no reason. Look at how badly Tai Nyo was beaten up by you. Now you want to beat others up? Then, without waiting for Cheng Yaojin's reaction, he looked at Zhang Sun Chong and Dugo and asked, have you brought your things? Zhang Sun Chong and Dugo were quite frightened by Cheng Yaojin, so they could only nod their heads. Zhang Feng glanced at the materials in their arms and didn't ask any questions. He directly took them and walked towards the furnace. As he walked, he said to everyone, come here, I need everyone's help. Zhang Sun Chong and Dugo glanced at Cheng Yaojin. Seeing that the other party was still a little angry, they strode behind Zhang Feng. As they walked, they felt that something was wrong. There was a fat guy following beside them. Although this guy was fat, one side of his face was big and the other side was small. There were also red patches and green patches. Looking at his body shape, he looked a little like Tai Nyo. Thus, Zhang Sun Chong curiously looked at the guy who looked like Tai Nyo and asked, are you Tai Nyo? Cheng Chumo was a little angry. It was fine if the servants couldn't recognize Lao Tzu, but could it be that these guys couldn't recognize him? He was about to curse out loud, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Old Cheng had already bullied these guys, so he could only nod his head. Dugo was shocked. Wasn't this too different from the Tai Nyo from before? Previously, he still looked a little like a human, but now, he didn't look like a human at all. Who the hell hit him? Wasn't this too ruthless? He looked at Tai Nyo with an agitated expression and said with righteous indignation, Tai Nyo, tell Lao Tzu who hit you. Buggy and I will definitely avenge you. He didn't dare to guarantee anything else, but he still had this bit of backbone. After all, his family had some power. Zhang Sun Chong also reacted. He looked at Cheng Chumo with a shocked expression and put on the look of a good brother. Tai Nyo, who did you say hit you? Cheng Chumo's heart warmed. As expected of a brother, he didn't befriend him for nothing. He was serious about it, but he didn't know if these guys would dare to hit old Cheng. Thinking about it, he glanced at old Cheng from the corner of his eye and didn't say anything. Anyway, the meaning was very clear. It was old Cheng who hit him. If you have the guts, go ahead. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go had been hanging out with Cheng Chumo all year round, so how could they not know what this guy meant? When they saw that it was old Cheng, their hearts sank. They looked at each other and said with a laugh, so it was you who fell down. Then you can't blame others. Be careful. Yes, be careful. Cheng Chumo wanted to curse when he heard this. These two dogs had said nice things just now, but now that they saw that it was old Cheng, they were instantly terrified. They were indeed plastic brothers. He snorted coldly and knew that there was no hope for revenge. He quickly walked towards Zhang Feng, hoping to use the divine bow to make up for his psychological trauma. Chapter 1970. Zhang Feng was looking at the materials that the three of them had brought. He spread them out on the table and looked at them carefully. As he looked, he muttered, "This is beef tendon, beef gelatin, horse gelatin, fish gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin." He nodded with satisfaction, but when he saw the horn, he frowned slightly. It's a pity that this horn isn't white. But a green one is fine too. It shouldn't be too different. Cheng Yao Jin was a little anxious. Feng Zi, what's the difference between white and green? He didn't want to use the materials that he had worked so hard to get to make a useless bow. Zhang Feng picked up the horn and looked at it. Then, he put it on the table and smiled. It doesn't have much of a difference. The white horn is a little harder, but the green horn isn't bad either. Comparatively speaking, there isn't much of a problem. Cheng Yao Jin heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the bow wasn't weakened, it was fine. He hurriedly said, "Can we make it now?" Zhang Feng nodded and looked at Arjunan. "Go and find 5 big pots. Then, pour the beef gelatin, horse gelatin, fish gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin, and deer gelatin into the pots. Add water and a small amount of lime and alkali and cook until the water is dry." Cook until the water is dry? Wouldn't that make the gelatin disappear? Cheng Yao Jin looked at Zhang Feng worriedly. "Feng Zi, it wasn't easy to find these things. You can't waste them." He didn't know the process of making the bow, but he felt that it was a waste of materials. Zhang Feng smiled and gave Cheng Yao Jin a reassuring look. "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." Then, he looked at Arjunan and said, "Do as I said." Arjunan nodded. He didn't have any doubts. After all, whatever the dean said was right. Even if he ate the beef gelatin, he still felt that it was right. So, he handed the beef gelatin and other materials to his subordinates and gave them some instructions. Then, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Dean, I've already given the instructions. How's the Tuoba Mu I asked you to send?" Zhang Feng thought of Tua Mu and asked. Arkanon pointed outside the cave and said, "Dean, the wood is already outside the cave. We are waiting for your order." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and walked towards the door. "Let's go out and take a look." Everyone followed closely behind. They didn't know the production process of the bow, but if they watched today, they might be able to learn something that could be useful in the future. Especially Cheng Yao Jin, he had the mentality of secretly learning from the beginning. If he learned the production process, he might be able to make one for his subordinates. The group of people came to the outside of the cave, only to see hundreds of logs neatly arranged here. All of them were tuo wood. Zhang Feng glanced at them and showed a trace of satisfaction. Then, he looked at Arkanon and said, "Go find a few people with saws and cut the wood into 3 types. The first type is 180 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. The second type is 150 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. The third type is 130 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide." Zhang Feng kept telling Arkanon, but he didn't notice that Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed with a trace of slyness. Although he didn't know the production process of the bow, he knew that the wood was the main material of the bow. This was common knowledge. And now, what Feng Zi was talking about was the production process, the most important one. If he learned all of it, he might be able to make a bow in the future. Originally, he came with the mentality of secretly learning from Feng Zi. Now that Feng Zi didn't hide anything, it was easier to talk to him. Thinking about it, Cheng Yaojin said to Zhang Feng, "Feng Zi, do you want me to go and help?" Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin in disbelief. He knew that this guy usually liked to be sneaky and lazy. Why did he take the initiative to help today? Could it be that he found his conscience? Or did he have other ideas? Cheng Chumo also looked at Cheng Yaojin in disbelief. Others didn't understand old Cheng, but how could he not? Usually, he was too lazy to move at home. Why did he want to go and help today? He looked at Cheng Yaojin in confusion and was about to ask, but at this time, Zhang Feng spoke. He looked at Cheng Yaojin curiously and asked, "Old Cheng, what's wrong with you today? Have you changed?" Cheng Yaojin chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. He purposely put on a naive look so that Zhang Feng wouldn't be able to tell what he was thinking. "That's not it. It's just that this old man often doesn't exercise at home, so my bones are a little loose. Seeing you guys exercise now, my hands are itchy." "Oh," Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin suspiciously. He still didn't believe it, but since he had already said so, it wasn't good to refuse. Besides, one more person meant one more strength, and they could make it sooner. So he nodded. "That's fine. Go and help them." Cheng Yaojin nodded, but he didn't immediately go to find the workers. Instead, he turned to Cheng Chumo and frowned. "Kid, let's go and saw wood with Lao Tzu." Chapter 1971. 2 people working together was always better than 1. If he didn't remember the process, at least he still had this silly son of his. Unfortunately, Cheng Chumo didn't seem to understand what he meant. With a face full of reluctance, he said, "Dad, if you want to saw the wood, you can go. Why do you have to drag me along? Look at my injuries, why, cut the king crap." Cheng Yaojin grabbed Cheng Chumo and didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Like an eagle grabbing a chick, he grabbed a saw and handed it to Cheng Chumo. "Quickly saw for Lao Tzu." Cheng Chumo felt a little wronged. He felt that he had offended Tai Sui today. Why did he have to be involved in everything? He also had to be threatened by old Cheng. Most importantly, he didn't dare to resist. He could only pick up the saw and start sawing like the worker next to him. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin laughed in satisfaction. He picked up a saw and patted the worker next to him. "Hey, brother, how do you use this thing?" The worker looked at Cheng Yaojin as if he was looking at an idiot. He thought to himself, "Since you don't know, why are you still pretending?" He snorted, turned around, and ignored him. After being ignored, Cheng Yaojin had an awkward expression. He could only watch others sawing while he sawed. Zhang Feng, who was at the side, saw all of this. Just now, he was wondering why old Cheng had suddenly changed. Now he understood that this old guy was planning to secretly learn a little and then go back to make it. He had a good plan, but could he learn it? Zhang Xuan's eyes were sharp, so he naturally saw it. He leaned over to Du Go's ear and whispered, "De Bing, look, Tai Nyo and Lao Tzu are going to help. Why don't we go too?" Du Go was a little confused. With a face full of reluctance, he said, "They can go, but why do we have to go too?" "Idiot." Zhang Sun flicked Du Go's head and said with some anger, "Didn't you see how cunning old Cheng is? He's obviously trying to steal it. Let's steal it too. We'll definitely benefit from it." Secretly learning? Du Go suddenly understood. No wonder old Cheng looked so strange just now. In the end, it turned out that this old fellow was going to steal it. He finally understood and hurriedly said, "What you said makes sense. Then let's go over." Zhang Sun nodded his head and looked at Zhang Feng. He put on a smile and said, "Feng Zi, can we also go and help?" "You guys are going too?" Zhang Feng said subconsciously. He originally thought that old Cheng was the only one who had this idea. It seemed that this bug also had some evil ideas in its heart. It also wanted to secretly learn. However, even if they wanted to secretly learn, they wouldn't be able to learn anything now. One more person would mean more work. After thinking for a while, he said, "That's fine too. Let's go." Hearing this, Zhang Sun was so happy that he almost jumped up. It seemed that this fellow Feng Zi still didn't know anything. It was a good opportunity for him to steal some techniques. With this thought, he quickly walked over to Cheng Chumo. Du Go naturally didn't want to fall behind. They had clearly agreed on this just now. How could he give up? Thus, the two of them and Cheng Chumo started to play together again. Cheng Chumo was naturally happy that Zhang Sun had brought these two people here. Just now, he had been forcefully recruited by his father to be a coolie. He had originally been depressed, but now there were two silly boys to accompany him. What a good thing this was. Thinking of this, the saw in his hand began to grind violently. However, this Tuamu seemed to be deliberately going against him. No matter how much strength he used, he didn't move at all. He was a little dissatisfied. He rolled up his sleeves, and the muscles on his chest began to tremble. Only then did Tuamu admit defeat, and slowly began to split. The others were also struggling a little, especially Zhang Sun and Du Go. They were originally high and mighty noblemen. When had they ever done such rough work? They didn't even know how to use the saw. After asking Cheng Chumo for a while, they finally understood the mystery behind it. Only then did they slowly begin to saw. However, after just a while, large blisters appeared on their hands, and they cried out in pain. This caused Cheng Yaojin to laugh at them. He was originally a soldier, and killing enemies on the battlefield wasn't a problem, let alone this small piece of wood. Although there was a little problem just now, it didn't affect the results at all. After a while, he finished sawing several pieces of wood. He picked up the wood and looked at Zhang Feng with a proud expression. "Feng Zi, how is it? Is this enough?" Zhang Feng had just lit up a cigarette and was about to take a few puffs to relieve his nerves when his gaze was attracted by this guy. He thought to himself, isn't it just sawing a few pieces of wood? What's there to show off? As he thought this, he still smiled. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. As the saying goes, if you want a good ox to plow the land, you need to encourage it. Old Cheng was obviously such a person. If you didn't say a few nice words, he might just quit after hearing it. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. Now, if he wanted to secretly learn from him, he would still work hard, but there was no lack of encouragement. Chapter 1972. As expected, Cheng Yaojin was very pleased when he heard this. He glanced at the crowd and acted like a leader. He ordered arrogantly, "How is everyone sawing? Put away the wooden sticks in your hands and let Feng Zi see if they can be used. Otherwise, his mother will wither later." It had to be said that old Cheng had some leadership skills. He knew to show some to Zhang Feng first. Everyone glanced at Cheng Yaojin with disdain and picked up the wooden sticks in front of them. It wasn't that they were afraid of Cheng Yaojin. They were all workers in the workshop and didn't know who this person in front of them was. Why would they be afraid? It was only when they heard this guy mention the dean that they felt that it made sense. Otherwise, who would care what nonsense he was talking about? The wooden sticks were placed in front of Zhang Feng. He glanced at them and gestured a few times with his hands. After confirming that there were no problems, he said, "There are no problems with the wooden sticks. They are basically enough. Everyone, stop what you are doing." When everyone heard this, they stopped their saws and looked at Zhang Feng seriously. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and continued, "Let's continue with the next step. You guys go and find some dry wood." After saying that, he looked at Algernon. "Go and find some silk thread. It must be thick and strong." After saying that, everyone left to do their own work. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his hands and looked at Zhang Feng expectantly. "Feng Zi, what do you need me to do?" He was prepared to secretly learn. It was a critical moment now, so he naturally didn't want to be idle. Zhang Feng seemed to see through him and smiled. "Why don't you go and pick up some dry wood? We need it later." Pick up dry wood? The corner of Cheng Yaojin's mouth twitched. Lao Tzu was here to secretly learn, okay? Let Lao Tzu go and pick up firewood? How was that possible? He crossed his arms and pursed his lips. "Isn't there someone else going? I'll wait here." Zhang Feng naturally knew that this guy didn't want to go, so he didn't care so much. He smiled and smoked again. On the other hand, Zhang Sun and the others were a little uncomfortable. They sat together and looked at each other's hands, trying to pick up the bubbles with their saws. It was like a scene where baboons were looking for lice on each other's bodies. Seeing this, Zhang Feng burst into laughter and almost choked on his cigarette. Not long after, Arkanon came back with the thread. "Dean, I've brought it." Zhang Feng nodded and asked, "How's the beef gelatin?" "It'll take a while. That thing is too hard to endure. It won't dissolve for a while." Algernon was a little embarrassed. He thought that the workers were not working hard enough. "I'm fine." Zhang Feng waved his hand and took a puff of his cigarette. He didn't mind. "Let it simmer. The longer it simmers, the better. It'll become more viscous." Beef gelatin had to be used as soon as it came out of the pot. Otherwise, it would stick together very quickly, just like glutinous rice. However, beef gelatin was more powerful than glutinous rice. Once it was cold, it would stick together. It couldn't be torn apart. It was comparable to super glue. Arjunon did not know about these things. He had just returned to the cave to take a look. He smiled and said, "The dean is right. I just went back to the cave to take a look. It's still boiling. I think it will take a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the workers came back in twos and threes. They were all holding firewood and piling it next to the sticks. One of them asked, "Dean, what do we do now?" Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd. "Light the firewood, then place the sticks over the fire to form a bow." Wood was relatively hard. If it was broken, it would definitely break. If it was placed over the fire, it would evaporate the water and help form the bow. When Cheng Yaojin heard Zhang Feng's words, he volunteered to run to the front of the crowd to help. Cheng Chumo naturally didn't want to go. How could he, the young master of the Cheng family, stoop to such a dirty thing? However, his father's murderous gaze made him give in. He reluctantly went to help. Zhang Sun was also smart. When he saw old Cheng go, he quickly followed. Anyway, he had made up his mind. As long as old Cheng did something, he would do it. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to learn anything. At most, they would all work for Feng Zi. He wouldn't lose anything anyway. Zhang Feng was naturally happy to see this happen. One more person meant a little more strength. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. He wasn't afraid of these people secretly learning from him. After all, it wasn't easy to learn. Therefore, he generously instructed everyone to operate. You start the fire. Old Sheng is strong. Prepare to put the sticks over the fire and make them into a bow. Also, Tainyo, don't King lays around here. You go too. Do go and pick up the sticks for them. After everything was arranged, Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and sat down to smoke slowly. He felt that everything had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he had already assigned the task to these guys and told them the method. Whether they could do it well or not was up to these guys. He wasn't worried that these guys would cause trouble. After all, this was all done for them. They wouldn't harm themselves. Chapter 1973. Cheng Yaojin was also working with a serious face. Since he had decided to learn from Zhang Heng secretly, he would carry it out to the end. He called out to Cheng Chumo. Ignoring the ashes on his face, he picked up a piece of wood and stirred it over the fire. With a gentle tug, he tied it with a silk thread. The whole project was completed. After about a quarter of an hour, he pushed the handle of the bow and considered it a success. Cheng Chumo randomly picked one of them and held it in front of Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Feng Zi, take a look. Is this okay?" Zhang Feng looked up and saw that Cheng Chumo's face was covered with ashes, as if he had just burned charcoal. Combined with his bruised and swollen face, he looked like a fat pig, a black fat pig. This made Zhang Feng laugh. Cheng Chumo was puzzled. He looked at Zhang Feng curiously and asked, "Feng Zi, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Zhang Feng held back his laughter and tried not to look at Cheng Chumo's face. Otherwise, he was sure that he would not be able to control himself. He took the bow handle in Cheng Chumo's hand and looked at it seriously. The bow handle was the most important step. There could not be any mistakes. Otherwise, it would break with a gentle pull. After looking at it for a while and making sure that there was no problem, he handed the bow handle back to Cheng Chumo. "It's okay. Are you all done?" Cheng Chumo nodded. "All done. There are 20 in total. What should we do now?" Zhang Feng stood up and glanced at the bow handles on the ground. He said to everyone, "Take the bow handles. Let's go back to the cave. Remember to put out the fire." After that, he turned and went back to the cave. Everyone quickly picked up the bow handles and followed him. Back in the cave, Zhang Feng first took a look at the rubber. Seeing that it was not ready yet, he called Arkanon to his side and said seriously, "Go and make some pulleys, like this." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from the table and began to draw with a pen. As he drew, he said, "Remember, this pulley is round. I've already drawn how big it is for you. As for the materials, I'll use steel and rubber. There are 2 types of materials in total. Go and make some with these 2 materials first." Alkinon was a little confused. This was the first time he had seen such a novel thing, and it was even on paper. Logically speaking, he was quite knowledgeable, but after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was or what it could be used for. However, according to the dean's logic, it should be used on bows and arrows. But how was this thing supposed to be used? It had nothing to do with bows and arrows. He was puzzled and asked subconsciously, "Dean, what is this useful for?" Zhang Feng didn't stop until he finished the last stroke. He handed the drawing to Arkanon and said seriously, "This will be used on the bow later." On the bow? Arkanon was even more confused. This was just a round thing. How was he going to add it to the bow? With a puzzled look, he asked, "Dean, how do you add it?" Zhang Feng didn't want to explain so much. After all, Arkanon didn't need it at all. However, seeing how eager Arkanon was to learn, he still said, "This is called a pulley. Wait a minute, this will be on both sides of the bow. This will increase the tension of the bow handle." While the two were talking, Cheng Yaojin, who was not far away, saw everything. He strode forward and put his hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Fengzi, what are you talking about?" Zhang Feng took half a step back with a look of disdain. This guy's sweat stink was too strong. It was better to stay away from him, or he would be smoked into bacon. After standing still, he coughed softly and said, "I'm discussing the bow with Arkanon." "What's wrong? Do you want to hear it too?" "That's not it." Cheng Yaojin naturally wouldn't admit it. After all, it wouldn't be good for his reputation. He waved his hand and pretended not to care. "I'm just here to see if there's anything I can help with." "No, you can go now." Zhang Feng was a little impatient. It wasn't because of anything else, but because this guy smelled too strong. Just now, he was sweating in the cave, sawing wood outside, and now he was sweating all over again. The smell could be smelled from 3 feet away. However, Cheng Yaojin didn't think so. He was like a piece of dog skin plaster. He pretended not to hear Zhang Feng and still stood beside him. Zhang Feng saw that it didn't work, but there was no other way. He knew that this guy was here for the blueprint. He could only continue to talk to Arkanon about the pulley. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his ears instantly perked up. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Fengzi seemed to be planning to make a pulley and install it on the bow. What kind of bow and arrow would contain such a strange item? It had never been seen before. Could this Fengzi be up to no good? He thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Fengzi, what's this pulley for? Are you really going to install it on the bow? Is it useful?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said angrily, "It's not up to you to judge whether it's useful or not. Since I dare to do this, of course, I'm confident." Chapter 1974. He had guessed that old Cheng would ask this question. After all, this composite bow was too advanced. Many people had thought about it, let alone seen it. It wasn't strange for old Cheng to have such a reaction. It was just that this guy was having a headache. However, Cheng Yaojin didn't seem to realize that he was meddling in other people's business. He continued to ask, "Feng, I'm just concerned. We've worked so hard for so long. Naturally, we have to understand the process." "Understand the process?" Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. This old guy was really good at pretending. He obviously wanted to secretly learn it, but he still made it sound so dignified. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, he really wanted to piss this guy awake. After thinking about it, he suppressed the resentment in his heart and said seriously, "I told you just now that the pulley is definitely useful. You'll know later. It's useless to say so much to you now." After saying that, he looked at Arkanon and said seriously, "Go and make it now. I'll use it later." Arkanon nodded and looked deeply at Cheng Yaojin before leaving. Cheng Yaojin was a little anxious. He had come here to look at the blueprint. Now that the blueprint had been taken away by Alkinon, how could he still look at it? Just as he was about to chase after Alkinon, he was pulled back by Zhang Feng. He said impatiently, "Feng, why are you pulling me?" Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin with a smile. "Old Cheng, what's the use of chasing after Arkanon? If you want the blueprint, I can give it to you later. Can you not cause trouble? Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't make the bow." Arkanon was now looking for someone to make it. If old Cheng went, he would definitely ruin it. If he delayed, he would definitely cause trouble again. It was better to give him some benefits first. After all, the blueprint was useless. When Cheng Yaojin heard that the blueprint was going to be given to him, he jumped up in excitement. He didn't care about Arkanon anymore and grabbed Zhang Feng excitedly. "Feng, this is yours. Don't go back on your word." Zhang Feng nodded. He thought to himself, what can you do with a blueprint? This pulley could only be used in the industrial industry. It had no other uses, so it didn't matter if it was given away. But Cheng Yaojin didn't know that. He thought that he had picked up a treasure and kept thanking Zhang Feng. Cheng Yaojin's body had a strong smell to begin with. As soon as he got close to Zhang Feng, he instantly felt a burst of sour smell assailing his nostrils. He hurriedly found an excuse to escape, found a quiet place to smoke, and ignored this guy. About a quarter of an hour later, Alkinon came over with a few pulleys. "Sir, it's done." As he spoke, he handed the pulley to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the pulley and studied it. Although it was a little different from what he had previously drawn, the difference was not too great. It should be usable. He nodded with satisfaction. "This is good. Go and see if the glue is ready. If it is, take it all out." Alkinon took the order and left. After a while, he came back with a basin filled with glue. "Sir, it's ready. Take a look." Zhang Feng lowered his head and glanced at it. He put his hand into the basin and stirred it. Then, he put it in his mouth. He couldn't help but look satisfied. The taste is not bad. No wonder rich people like to use this stuff. Thinking about it, he said to Alkinon, "This stuff is not bad. Get ready. Bring the bow handles, the beef tendons, and everything else." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin jumped high and said arrogantly, I'll go get the things." As he spoke, he had already picked up a pile of bow handles and placed them in front of Zhang Feng. Alkinon also went to prepare the beef tendons and other things. Not long after, everyone was gathered and everything was ready. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Old Cheng, take the bow handle. When I tell you to loosen the thread, loosen it. Alkinon, apply the beef tendons." Everyone nodded with a serious expression. They knew that this was the most important time and didn't dare to be negligent, especially Cheng Yaojin. He had originally planned to learn, but now he was even more focused. His eyes were wide open, as if he was ready to spend half his life on this. Zhang Feng checked again to make sure there were no problems. Then, he said, "Old Cheng, loosen the thread on the bow handle." Cheng Yaojin nodded and tried to loosen the thread. However, it seemed like the thread was against him. He couldn't loosen it no matter how hard he tried. He was a little anxious and used all his strength to pull it off. Luckily, the bow handle wasn't damaged. However, Zhang Feng still rolled his eyes at him. "Can't you use less strength? If you're strong enough, you can go pick up dung." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Cheng Yaojin's reaction. He looked at Alkinon and said, "Cut the two ends of the bow handle into 2 slits. It must be big enough for the pulley to fit in." Alkinon finally understood what the dean meant. However, he only knew one part of it and didn't know the other part. It wasn't good to ask now, so he took out a tool and cut the 2 ends of the bow handle. Chapter 1975. The others were confused as well, but they knew it was not the time to ask questions. They kept their mouths shut and focused on the bow in Alkinon's hands, trying to figure out the secret behind it. The wood was very hard, and it took Alkinon a lot of effort to separate the 2 ends. He raised the bow with a serious face and said to Zhang Feng, "Director, is this okay?" Zhang Feng looked at it carefully and confirmed that there was no problem. He said, "No problem. Now put the pulley in. Put the steel pulley in. Remember, put the pulley on both ends." Alkinon nodded and tried hard to separate the 2 ends, but there was no room for the pulley. He had no choice but to ask Cheng Chumo for help. "Brother Iron Bull, please help me." Cheng Chumo was happy to help. He picked up the pulley and put it in. However, the hole Alkinon had made was too narrow. He had to use all his strength to put it in. Seeing that all the work was done, Zhang Feng continued, "Now put the beef tendon on both ends of the bow handle. It must be long. First, wrap it around the pulley, then around the teeth of the pulley, and finally around the bowstring. The last loop is also the most important one, which is the last bowstring. Therefore, they must complement each other and must not be interrupted midway. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be secretly speechless. Beef tendon on the pulley? 3 loops? The bowstring is the last loop? That's too much pressure, isn't it? No wonder it was said that the bow needed 200 stones of strength to draw. That's the logic. Cheng Yaojin was an experienced soldier, but this was the first time he had seen a bow like this. The bows in the barracks all had 1 string. None of them had 3 strings like Feng Zi's. Although 2 of them were useless, the power of a real bowstring was still very strong. He was just guessing. However, based on his experience in the army, the power of the bow must be very strong. The 3 strings alone were not something an ordinary person could draw. But wasn't it too exhausting? Could it be used? He was confused. Feng Zi, he asked, isn't the 3 strings a bit too much? Normally, it can't be used. He was worried that Iron Bull wouldn't be able to use the bow when the time came. Furthermore, he was preparing to make some for the soldiers. How could he use them when the pressure was so great? Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng said, "Old Cheng, you are so strong. What are you worried about?" Cheng Yaojin smiled awkwardly. He couldn't possibly say that he wanted to steal their skills, so he had to find an excuse. "I'm just worried that Iron Bull and Bug won't be able to use it." Before Zhang Feng could reply, Cheng Chumo jumped out. He seemed to be unable to accept old Cheng's mockery and looked unconvinced. "Who said I can't use it? I can use it." Although he didn't know what his father was planning, he could tell from his father's words that he didn't want to give it to him. How could he agree to that? Slap, Cheng Yaojin slapped Cheng Chumo on the head and said resentfully, F***ck off. "What do you know? Lao Tzu and Feng Zi are talking. Is there any place for you to interrupt?" As he spoke, he slapped Cheng Chumo on the head again. Cheng Chumo was probably scared by the slap. He kept retreating and didn't dare to interrupt. Everyone looked at him sympathetically and mourned for him for 3 seconds. They hoped that there wasn't such a father in heaven. After venting, Cheng Yaojin was in a good mood. He looked at Zhang Feng and continued the topic. "Feng Zi, what I meant was that this thing is good. I'm just worried that these puppies won't be able to use it." Zhang Feng didn't quite understand. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. Didn't I ask you to make one? 8-meter tall, 1. 5-meter tall, and 1. 3-meter tall bow handles? Naturally, they won't be able to draw this one. 8-meter tall bow, but there are still 1. 5-meter tall ones. 1, 5-meter tall ones?" Cheng Yaojin's neck tilted. A 1. 8-meter tall bow was too stressful. A 1. 5-meter tall one should be no problem. Moreover, the soldiers in the military camp should be able to use it. Thinking about it, he picked up the bow handle and gestured. "Feng Zi, this is 1. 5-meter tall, right?" Zhang Feng nodded. "That's right. This is 1. 5-meter tall. Iron Bull and the others can use it." Cheng Yaojin was delighted and quickly said, "Then hurry up and make it." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Put the bowstring on both ends of the bow handle." Cheng Yaojin said, "Oh." He didn't care about Zhang Feng's dissatisfied expression. He turned to Cheng Chumo and the others and snorted. "Iron Bull, come and pull the tendons. Worm and Dabing, come and help. You 3 want to eat ready-made puppies. Don't be idle." Cheng Chumo had already been traumatized by Cheng Yaojin's words, and this snort made him shiver. He didn't dare to disobey his father's orders, so he could only obediently go to help. Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go didn't plan to help because they knew their own strength. The bowstring was so strong. How could they pull it? Chapter 1976. Wasn't this courting death? However, they were also afraid of old Cheng's abuse of power, so they could only reluctantly step forward to help. Cheng Yaojin's face was full of joy. As he pulled the two ends of the bow, he instructed the three guys, "Come, come, Tai Nyo, set the bowstring. Buggy, pull this side. Da Bing, don't just stand there. Pull this side. Make sure it's tight." Although he had never made a bow before, even if he hadn't eaten pork before, hadn't he seen pigs run? He still had a little bit of common sense. He still knew that the bowstring had to be pulled tight. Zhang Sunchong and Du Go didn't dare to disobey Cheng Yaojin's orders, so they could only use all their strength. However, this was a cow tendon, not a rubber band. How could it be pulled so easily? The two of them gritted their teeth. They wished they could use all their strength, but the cow tendon still didn't budge. Alkinon saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly went forward to help. Only then did the two of them feel better. However, the cow tendon was still a little loose and didn't meet the requirements of the bowstring. Zhang Feng was anxious as he watched from the side. He also hurriedly helped. He even called out to Cheng Chumo, "Tai Nyo, are you King standing there waiting for death? Come up and help." Tai Nyo had pulled the cow tendon and was just standing there playing with it. He didn't know how to come up and help. This made him want to go up and give him a kick. If it weren't for this critical moment, he might have already gone up to fight. Cheng Chumo was also quite intelligent. When he heard Feng Zi's call and saw that everyone was sweating, he hurriedly came up to help. There was strength in numbers. The cow tendon seemed to be afraid of everyone's strength. It slowly began to submit and tighten. Zhang Feng looked at the cow tendon that was getting thinner and thinner. He suddenly shouted, "Everyone, stop. Old Cheng will immediately buckle the cow tendon." Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped, but they didn't let go. Cheng Yaojin grabbed one end and tied it to one end. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Soon, he grabbed the other end and tied it up. Only then did he let out a long breath. As soon as Cheng Yaojin put down the bow, Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to pick it up. His mouth kept exclaiming. It seemed that he wanted to test the bowstring. Zhang Feng was about to stop him, but Cheng Chumo's right hand was already on the bowstring. He was about to pull it, but unexpectedly, the bowstring was abnormally tight. No matter how hard he tried, the bowstring didn't move at all. Zhang Feng could only persuade him, "Tai Nyo, put it down first. You can't pull it apart now, no." Cheng Chumo flatly refused. He looked at Zhang Feng a little unconvinced. "You're looking down on me. I want to pull it apart today." He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now that the bow had a prototype, of course, he wanted to be the first to try it. In the end, this Feng Zi looked down on him and said that he couldn't pull it apart. Was he laughing at him? He couldn't let this guy look down on him. Thinking about this, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength. This time, it was the same as before. The bowstring still didn't move at all. He was a little suspicious. He was also quite strong. Why couldn't he pull it apart at all? Was Feng Zi's bowstring really that awesome? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He quickly turned around. He saw his father looking at him angrily. He was a little scared and said submissively, "Dad, you." Before he finished speaking, another slap came. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. His hand was in the air. "If you can't pull it apart, then don't embarrass Lao Tzu here. Give it to me." As he spoke, Cheng Yaojin grabbed the bow and made a gesture to pull it. Zhang Feng's expression changed. The bow hadn't taken shape yet. It was fine to let Tai Nyo pull it, but if Old Chen also tried, it would definitely break. Thus, he hurriedly pulled Cheng Yaojin and shouted, "Old Chen, you can't try. The bow hasn't taken shape yet. It will break." "It's going to break?" Cheng Yaojin quivered. He was a little scared. But after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Tai Nyo was pulling it, so why would it break when he pulled it? Just now, when Tai Nyo pulled it, he didn't say anything. Why was he so talkative when he wanted to pull it? Was there something strange about it? He frowned and asked with a little dissatisfaction, Feng Zi, don't tell me you have a problem with me? Just now, when Tai Nyo pulled it, you didn't break it. Why did you open your mouth when I wanted to pull it? Zhang Feng was a little helpless. He clearly wanted to open his mouth, but before he could, Tai Nyo had already pulled it. Why did he blame it on him? He said helplessly, when Tai Nyo pulled it, I already opened my mouth to stop him. It was this guy who didn't listen to me. What can I do? Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned and recalled the situation just now. Did Feng Zi open his mouth? It seemed like he did, right? But this wasn't important anymore. Why did this guy want to stop him? Thinking about it, he asked, even if you opened your mouth, why did you stop me? If Tai Nyo can try, why can't Lao Tzu try? Zhang Feng was a little speechless. Is Tai Nyo as strong as you? What's more, the bow and arrow have only just been made. With your strength, won't you be crippled? Chapter 1977. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The bow had just been made. If he pulled it, it would be ruined. Was Feng Zi praising him for his strength or mocking him for ruining the bow? He thought for a moment but did not say anything. However, he agreed with Feng Zi and said, you're right. With my strength, it will definitely be ruined if I pull it. He then turned to Cheng Chumo and glared at him. Lao Tzu is so strong, but you can't even pull the bow. What's the use of you? As he spoke, he slapped Cheng Chumo. The latter screamed in fear, but he did not dare to dodge. He could only look at Zhang Feng for help. Zhang Feng naturally knew what was going on. He didn't want to save Iron Bull, but he still had to make the bow. He had no choice but to persuade him, Old Chen, that's enough. It's not Iron Bull's fault that the bow can't be drawn. There are still important things that haven't been installed. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's interest was piqued. He stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, what else do you need to install? When Zhang Feng saw that Cheng Yaojin had stopped moving, he no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked at Arjunan and said with a serious face, take out 2 thin steel pipes. They must be so long that they can fit between the handle and the bowstring. Arjunan frowned. He had some doubts, but he did not plan to say anything. He glanced at the bow and made a rough estimation. Then, he turned and left. Cheng Yaojin was not satisfied. He asked, Feng Zi, what are you going to do with the steel pipes? You'll know in a moment. Zhang Feng did not plan to explain. He waved his hand impatiently. Then, he seemed to think of something and continued, you can't continue to hit Iron Bull. As soon as he said that, Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Feng as if he was looking at his second parent. If he were a woman, he would have given himself to Zhang Feng. On the other hand, Zhang Sun Chong and the others were not brothers at all. When his father hit him, he didn't even dare to fart. Feng Zi was more reliable. Thinking of this, he looked at Feng Zi with even more passion and gratitude. However, Zhang Feng's next sentence caused him to be taken aback. If you want to forge Iron Bull, go home and do it slowly. Don't make the forging workshop bleed, this. Cheng Chumo cried. He originally thought that Feng Zi had found his conscience. She was going to plead for him. In the end, however, this guy was afraid that old Cheng would beat him up on the mountain. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He couldn't help but shift his gaze to this damned old man. Cheng Yaojin gave Zhang Feng a knowing look and said with a smile, I understand. I won't hit him anymore. Let's save some face for this kid first. As soon as he finished speaking, Arkanon also came back. He was holding several steel pipes in his hand. They were of different thicknesses and lengths. "Director, I've brought the things back. How do you think I should use them?" Zhang Feng took one of the steel pipes and carefully examined it. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "Old Cheng, these 2 steel pipes are tied to the 2 auxiliary bowstrings. The other end is facing the bow handle." Cheng Yaojin was a little dumbfounded. Why were there steel pipes tied to the bowstrings? Although these 2 auxiliary bowstrings were not as powerful as the main bowstring, why were there still steel pipes tied to them? This was something that had never happened before. He asked in confusion, "Feng Zi, what are you doing? Why do you need to tie steel pipes to them?" "Increasing pressure." Zhang Feng replied solemnly and looked at the bow and arrow. "Don't think that there are 3 bowstrings. In fact, they all exert force together, so the pressure will be gathered together. The purpose of this steel pipe is to disperse the pressure. Then, the 3 bowstrings exert force together. The pressure increases, and the power increases at the same time." Everyone felt a headache coming on. Especially Cheng Yaojin. He didn't know what pressure was at all. He just wanted Feng Zi to explain the use of the steel pipe and whether it was good or not. In the end, this guy talked a lot and didn't seem to intend to stop. This was a headache. He quickly waved his hand. "Stop, stop, stop. Feng Zi, we don't understand what you're saying. I didn't expect you to understand in the first place." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin. He didn't intend to talk about it, but this guy asked. Well, then, he would talk about it. Moreover, he wasn't talking to old Cheng, because he knew that this guy wouldn't understand. So, he was talking to old Cheng. This guy still had a righteous look on his face. Zhang Feng said, "These things are too profound. It's fine if you don't understand. Now, let's get to work." After that, he glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Cheng Yaojin. He said, "Old Cheng, tie these 2 steel pipes to the 2 auxiliary bowstrings. The other end faces the bow handle." Cheng Yaojin said, "Oh." He didn't know if it was because he had been taught a lesson or something else. This time, he didn't ask any questions and just started working. Soon, the steel pipes were fixed. He looked at Zhang Feng. "Feng Zi, what do we do now?" Chapter 1978. Zhang Feng didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Arjunan and said seriously, "First, apply some cow glue to the end of the bow and fix it. Then, take out the horn and stick it on the bow. Apply deer glue to the outer layer, horse glue to the inner layer, and finally, rhino glue to fix it." Arjunan nodded and called for Cheng Chumo and the others to help. Then, he started working. This was a huge project, and it was also the last few steps. He couldn't finish it alone. Cheng Chumo and the others were happy to help. They all came forward to help. One of them stuck the horn, and the other applied the glue. Soon, the project was completed. "Dean, it's done. What do we do now?" Arjunan asked Zhang Feng with the bow and arrow. "Let me see." Zhang Feng took the bow and arrow, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. "There's no problem. Now, we just have to wait for the glue to dry." After that, he glanced at everyone. "We still have to continue. Arjunan, you continue to work with old Cheng and Tiniu. Remember to use a different kind of pulley. Then what are you going to do?" Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but ask. "Make arrows." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin. This guy didn't use his brain at all. How could he make arrows without a bow? Cheng Yaojin suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Okay, you go." Zhang Feng snorted and turned to Zhang Sun and Du Go. "You two come with me to make the bow and arrow. Don't worry about anything else." After that, he turned and walked out of the cave. Zhang Sun and Du Go looked at each other and followed him out. In fact, the two of them were useless here. Old Sheng and Old Sheng could basically handle it. With Arjanon's help, there wouldn't be any problem. Outside the cave, Zhang Feng pointed to a pile of leftover log materials and said to Zhang Sun and the other two, "The two of you, cut all of these wood into long strips, about the size of a pinky finger and the length of an arm. Do you understand?" After he finished speaking, he did not receive any response from the two. Zhang Feng turned to look at them. He saw Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go standing there in a daze, not knowing what they were doing. Zhang Feng was a little confused. He pushed the two of them and said, "What are you doing?" Zhang Sun was pulled back to reality with a bitter expression. In fact, when he first came out with Zhang Feng, he was very happy. After all, he didn't have to face that demon king Cheng Yaojin. It was worth being happy about. But Na Cheng thought of sawing wood when he came out. He was instantly unhappy. He wanted to reject Feng Zi, but he didn't know what to say, so he just stood there in a daze. It was the same for Du Go. He originally thought that there would be something fun to do, but in the end, all he got was to saw wood. One had to know that there were still a bunch of blisters on his hand when he was sawing wood. Now that he had to saw again, he was very unwilling. So, he looked bitterly at Zhang Feng and begged, "Feng Zi, can you change to someone else? Look at my hand, it's full of blisters." As he spoke, he opened his hands and showed them to Zhang Feng. Zhang Sun Chong saw this and hurriedly opened his hands. He said with a bitter face, "Feng Zi, change to someone else. I really can't stand it. You two bastards, I asked you to do some work and you're still here talking about conditions?" Zhang Feng frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you not want the bow and arrow?" Zhang Sun Chong's heart skipped a beat. How could he not want the bow and arrow? It could be said that he wanted it the most. But Feng Zi wanted him to work again. His hands were already blistered. He was a little hesitant and turned to look at Du Go. The latter also looked over. His eyes were very determined, as if he was determined to get it. Zhang Sun Chong sighed and could only say, "All right, let's go." As he spoke, he picked up the saw and walked towards the wood. Du Go had already expressed his position just now. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up and followed. Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. In fact, he had already guessed that these guys were unwilling to give up. After all, the bow had already been formed. A few arrows shouldn't be difficult. As for those words, it was just to force these guys. Otherwise, with these guys' temperaments, they would definitely not be willing to do it. Sure enough, these guys were working very hard now. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and slowly lit it. He casually found a stone stall and sat down, watching the free labor in front of him. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Sun Chong ran to Zhang Feng with a bundle of long strips. "Feng Zi, it's done." "Oh." Zhang Feng stepped on the cigarette butt and glanced at the wooden strips. "Put these wooden strips on the fire and light them up. The process of making the bow handle is the same as before." Zhang Sun Chong had a bitter expression on his face. He thought that was it. Who would have thought that he still had to do it? He had no way to refute. He could only pick up the firewood and reenact the scene just now. Fortunately, Du Go was still quite proactive. He had picked up the firewood in advance. The two of them roasted the wooden strips while warming the fire. Needless to say, these two guys were quite efficient. Who knew if they wanted to end this bitter life as soon as possible or if they wanted to get the bow and arrow? They quickly finished roasting some of the wooden strips. They brought them to Zhang Feng and said excitedly, "Feng Zi, it's done." Chapter 1979. Zhang Feng looked at the two of them with disdain. "Since you're done, let's go back." The rest of the project had to be completed in the cave because the required materials had not been taken out. The group returned to the cave. As Zhang Feng approached, he saw something shocking. Cheng Yaojin and the others had made more than one bow. He counted carefully. There were more than 50 bows in total. The corner of his mouth twitched. He hurriedly said, "Why did you make so many bows?" Dean, Alkinnon stepped forward, feeling wronged. "It was old Chen, enough." Zhang Feng interrupted. He then looked at Cheng Yaojin and said with some dissatisfaction, "Old Chen, this was all your idea, right?" Judging from Alkinnon's reaction, this must have been old Chen's idea. Besides, Alkinnon didn't have the guts to do so. They had just started experimenting with the bows. It was useless to make so many. It was impossible that he didn't know. However, Cheng Yaojin didn't think so. He was thinking about how to get more bows and arrows and then send them out. Although he didn't know the power of the bows and arrows, based on his experience, they definitely wouldn't be bad. Therefore, he made a few more without Feng Zi's consent. Alkinnon tried to stop him, but how could he stop this devil? In the end, he still wallowed in the mire. He had already prepared the speech for Feng Zi's return. Now, he began to speak with assurance. "Feng Zi, you didn't say how many you were going to make when you left. Besides, making more will only be beneficial. It'll also be beneficial for the experiment later." Zhang Feng was so angry that his face turned red. He didn't know how to say it. This guy's words were somewhat irrefutable. At first glance, it sounded quite reasonable. He was about to curse, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He could only say, "Do you know how many materials have been wasted?" Sigh. As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. He felt like he wanted to say something but stopped. It wasn't because he couldn't say it, but he felt that it was useless no matter how much he said. Moreover, old Cheng's personality was like this. Would he listen to anything you said? Sure enough, Cheng Yaojin was still carefree. He put his hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, it's just a little more. There's no need for that, no need for that." Zhang Feng shrugged him off with a look of disgust. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to this guy. It would be a waste of saliva anyway. He looked at Arkanon and said, "Go and take out the arrowheads from last time, as well as the arrow feathers." After making bows and arrows last time, there were still some arrowheads and other things left over. This time, they could be used. Arkanon accepted the order and gave Cheng Yaojin a resentful look before leaving. Cheng Yaojin played with the bows and arrows as if they were his treasures. He didn't want to put them down. He wasn't afraid that Feng Zi would do anything. After all, the bows and arrows had been made. What he needed to do now was to think about how to get them out. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but put on a wretched smile. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Feng Zi, now that there are so many bows and arrows, what are you going to do?" "What am I going to do?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he was confused about why this guy asked this. This obviously had nothing to do with him. Could it be that he wanted a share of the profits? Thinking about this, he deliberately said in a foreign accent, "Then what do you think we should do? After all, there are so many bows and arrows. It's not good to waste them." Cheng Yaojin was delighted. He had taken the bait, he had taken the bait. Even though he was delighted, he deliberately put on a calm expression. "How about this? We don't know the effects of the bows and arrows yet. When these bows and arrows are finished, let me try this batch first. What do you think?" Zhang Feng suddenly understood. So this was what this old guy was thinking. He wanted to take some home. This wasn't impossible. He could even promote composite bows. In the future, he could mass-produce them. Perhaps he could even put them in the military camp. But, they hadn't tested them yet. If there were any problems, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Moreover, this old guy only wanted to benefit from this. He didn't want to give anything. How could this be? He had to at least get some benefits. Thinking about this, he put on a troubled expression. It's not impossible. It's just that we haven't tested them yet. Let's talk about it after the test. Also, don't you want to take out something? Cheng Yaojin was stunned. He didn't expect this kid to be so stingy. He wasn't even willing to take out a test product. He even wanted to negotiate. He wanted him to take out something. How could this be? After all, the power of the bows hadn't been tested yet. What if he lost money? He was about to refuse when Arjunan came back. He held a pile of arrows and said with a smile, "Dean, I've brought them back." Zhang Feng checked the arrows and other things, then handed them back to Arjunan. With a serious face, he said, "It's the same as last time. But this time, the ends of the arrows need to be fixed with fish glue. Why don't you use beef glue? Will fish gelatin work?" Chapter 1980. Cheng Yaojin asked. In his opinion, cow gelatin and deer gelatin were much more precious than fish gelatin. They would definitely be more effective. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng didn't care at all. He sneered, "What do you know? Fish gelatin is the best. It's also the one with the highest adhesion." Cheng Yaojin curled his lips and didn't say anything. He couldn't find any other reason to refute. So what if he let Fengzi show off? Anyway, his goal was to get the bow and arrows. Zhang Feng didn't say much. He looked at Arjunan and said, "Start making them now." After that, he looked at Cheng Chumo and the others and snorted. "You guys, come over and help. Don't just stand there like idiots." Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other, then reluctantly walked over. They took the arrows and other things from Arjunan and started making them. The arrows themselves weren't as difficult as the bows. They just needed to place the feathers and the arrowheads on the ends and fix them with fish gelatin. This process wasn't difficult at all for them, who had just made bows. In a short while, Arjunan and Cheng Chumo were done. Zhang Feng glanced at the neatly arranged arrows and nodded. "Not bad. Now we just need to wait for the bow and arrows to dry. Let's wait for it." After that, he didn't care about the others' reaction. He found a stool and sat down. He took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it. He slowly smoked. Cheng Yaojin looked at Zhang Feng's leisurely face. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of something. After a while, he walked up to him with a smile. "Fengzi, what do you think of the matter just now?" "What matter just now?" Zhang Feng took out the cigarette butt and asked. Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, but he quickly covered it up. With a smile on his face, he said, "Just give me some bows and arrows." "Bows and arrows?" Zhang Feng smiled. So this old guy was still thinking of something. However, this stingy character of his was, he smiled and said awkwardly, "Old Chen, it's not that I don't want to give you anything. It's just that you don't want to give me any compensation. You know, these materials are all provided by me, and these workers are all from my cave." Cheng Yaojin felt a headache coming on and wanted to scold Feng Zi for being shameless. This material was clearly from his family, so why did it change when it came out of his mouth? Furthermore, he had also contributed quite a lot of manpower. Iron Bull, Buggy, weren't they humans? He suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, "Fengzi, you're not being kind. These glue are all provided by our Chen family. Also, when we were working just now, we did it ourselves. That's enough." Zhang Feng sneered and said with a little disdain, "Buggy and Debing also contributed a portion of the glue, and these two guys also helped just now. How can you take all of it for yourself?" Hearing this, Zhang Sun and Du Go's eyes lit up. They cast a grateful look at Zhang Feng. In fact, when Cheng Yaojin said this, the two of them wanted to stand up and refute. What did he mean by the Cheng family providing glue? Did Lao Tzu not provide glue? However, they didn't dare to say this. In the face of this great demon king who ran amok in Chang'an, the title of being a playboy obviously didn't work. Fortunately, Feng Zi helped them vent their anger. Now, they only felt grateful to Feng Zi. There was nothing else. However, Zhang Feng obviously didn't notice this. He was still talking with assurance. Old Sheng, you did help a little. At most, I'll give you a bow and arrows later. Your Chen family will give you 2 bows and arrows. That should be enough, right? 2 bows. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Lao Tzu wanted all of it. What did you mean by giving Lao Tzu 2 bows? Were you trying to get rid of a beggar? His face was a little ugly. Feng Zi, did we discuss this just now? You'll give me all the bows and arrows? Give you all of it? Zhang Feng's eyes widened. They did discuss this just now, but he didn't agree. Wasn't this guy thinking too much? Now he wanted it? He said with some dissatisfaction, Old Chen, your appetite is really big. I didn't agree to it just now. Why are you bringing it up now? Cheng Yaojin didn't care and laughed. You didn't agree to it just now. Aren't I here to discuss it with you now? How about it? It's not impossible to give it to you. Zhang Feng's eyes turned as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, how about this, I can give it to you. However, you have to give me your glue in exchange. 1 tael of glue for a bow. You can make the arrows yourself. He naturally wouldn't give the bow and arrows away so easily. In fact, he already knew what Old Chen was thinking. If he didn't get something, he would feel sorry for himself. Glue was a necessity for making bows and arrows. There was no harm in exchanging some. Cheng Yaojin's face was bitter. There wasn't much glue in the house, and it was stolen. How could he give it to Feng Zi? Moreover, this guy's price was quite high. 1 tael of glue for a bow. Chapter 1981. How much glue would it take? He looked bitter, but he didn't want to give up. Feng Zi, can you make an exception? Your price is a bit high. No. Zhang Feng refused and said righteously, you know how difficult it is to make this thing. I'm just asking you to give me some glue, and you're still so hesitant. If you don't want it, just say it. Cheng Yaojin was very unhappy when he heard this. What did he mean by hesitant to give him some glue? This was cow glue, deer glue, and rhinoceros glue. Each of them could be said to be expensive. Who dared to say that it could be taken out casually? If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely go up and slap them. However, this was Zhang Feng, and he was a bit scared. He could only suppress the resentment in his heart and said unhappily, Feng Zi, it's not like you don't know how expensive this glue is. It's not so easy to get. How about this, you can change it to something else. I'll definitely get it for you. Expensive? Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. Lao Tzu wanted expensive things. He didn't want anything else. Besides, what was the use of anything else besides glue? Glue could be used to make bows and arrows. Even if it was a little inferior, it could still be eaten. It was also good to beautify the 2 girls. Why should he change it? Thinking about this, he smiled. I'm afraid that won't work. I don't want anything else except glue. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. He originally thought that he could have a good talk with this kid. However, this kid was stubborn. Was he going to give up on bows and arrows? That wouldn't do. If such a good thing were to be given to others for free, it would be a big loss. However, Feng Zi was stubborn. Was he going to snatch it? That didn't seem to work. There were so many people in the cave. He and Iron Bull might not be a match for them. Besides, Iron Bull was a dog who sided with outsiders. He was simply unreliable. If this matter was reported to the Emperor. The Emperor? If the Emperor made a move, he might be able to persuade this stubborn guy. After making up his mind, he turned to look at Chengchumo. Chengchumo shuddered and felt uncomfortable all over because he felt that his father's gaze was not good. The last time he looked at him like that was in the warehouse. He did not dare to say anything. At this time, Cheng Yaojin was about to speak. He quietly leaned over to Chengchumo's ear, but the latter evaded his gaze, seemingly unwilling to listen. He narrowed his eyes and pulled Chengchumo's ear, not caring whether the latter was willing or not. He whispered in his ear, "Brat, go out and find His Majesty right now." Looking for the Emperor? Chengchumo was stunned. Why do you want to find the Emperor? Could it be that this damned old man was plotting something? He turned his head and asked softly, "Dad, why? Is that what you're asking?" Cheng Yaojin's expression changed. He immediately rewarded Chengchumo with a knock on the head and snorted, "You just have to do as I say. Otherwise, when you get home, Lao Tzu will not plead for you." Hearing this, Chengchumo's expression changed. He had taken a risk to steal the glue from the warehouse. If old Cheng did not plead for him, then he would be finished when he got back. He quickly said, okay. I promise you." After saying this, he turned his head and glanced at Zhang Feng. He did not know why his father wanted him to find His Majesty. What was even more puzzling was that his father was acting so sneakily, as if he was afraid that others would find out. Could it be that no one else knew about this? Feng Zi was also kept in the dark? Forget it, he could not even protect himself. Thinking this, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave. However, this attracted Zhang Feng's attention. He asked curiously, "Tainyo, where are you going?" Chengchumo turned his head and was about to find an excuse to cover it up when Cheng Yaojin stepped forward with a smile and said, "Feng Zi, Tainyo was afraid that his mother would be worried, so he went home to tell her that he was safe." Since he had already planned to let Tainyo go out, he had already thought of an excuse. However, Zhang Feng did not seem to believe him. He glanced at Chengchumo with some doubt, but in the end, he waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. Be careful on the way." In fact, he did not completely believe old Cheng's words because he knew what kind of person he was. He would rather believe Tainyo than old Cheng. Tainyo's constipated expression also made him even more suspicious. However, when he thought about how the father and son could not cause any trouble, he felt relieved. Chengchumo saw that Zhang Feng did not have any doubts, so he turned around and left. After all, old Cheng's threat was a little strong, and he had no choice but to obey. Cheng Yaojin saw that Zhang Feng was still a little doubtful, so he quickly pulled him by the shoulder and said with a smile, Feng Zi, we should go take a look at the bow and arrow." Zhang Feng nodded and did not think too much about it. He turned around and picked up a bow and arrow to check it. The glue on the surface was all dry. He reached out and pulled the bowstring. It had to be said that the bowstring was very strong. He used all his strength and only pulled it lightly. After confirming that there was no problem, he turned around and glanced at everyone. "The bow is fine. Then can we experiment now?" Zhang Sun jumped up excitedly. He had been looking forward to it for a long time and couldn't wait to get his hands on it immediately. Chapter 1982. Dugo was also looking at Zhang Feng with a face full of excitement. To be more precise, he was looking at the bow in Zhang Feng's hand. Although he was the weakest among them, his desire to win was no less than the others. Now that the bow had been made, he couldn't wait any longer. "Feng Zi, let's go test it out." Zhang Feng nodded and handed the bow to Dugo. "Everyone, take the bow. We'll go test it out." Okay, Dugo held the bow high, his face full of excitement. Zhang Sun didn't stay idle either. He picked up the bow on the ground and raised it high. Cheng Yaojin coldly snorted and picked up a bow. He looked at Zhang Feng with hidden bitterness. He was standing right in front of Zhang Feng, but this brat had given the bow to Dugo. It was obvious that he was looking down on him. When he went out later, he would teach this brat a lesson. As he was thinking, he looked up and saw that Zhang Feng and the others had already picked up their bows and were preparing to leave the cave. He hurriedly said, "Feng Zi, wait for old man." The group walked out of the cave. Zhang Feng glanced at the empty space and looked at Arkanan. "Same as before. Put up a few signs in front of us and draw them. It's 1 li away." Arkanan nodded and left. It didn't take long for the preparations to be completed. Zhang Feng turned to look at Zhang Sun and the others, who were having fun. "Don't play with the bow over there. Shoot this." As he spoke, he pointed at the target. "This target is similar to Huqiong's target, but it's a bit bigger. It's 1 li away. It's just right for you to practice your archery." 1 li? Cheng Yaojin frowned and looked at the target with disdain. "What's the point of 1 li? You're setting up a target 3 li away for old man. Back in the day, old man." "Stop," Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore and said sarcastically, "What do you mean back in the day? Old Chen, stop bragging. Others might not know you, but do you think I don't know you? Don't you usually just play with the dog? What? Once we go up the mountain, what's the big deal?" He had heard from Iron Bull that Elder Chen usually had nothing to do at home. All he did was play every day. How could he miss the past? Moreover, even if he did, his limbs would have degenerated by now. After all, his body of fat wasn't just for show. Cheng Yaojin couldn't sit still after hearing Feng Zi's denial. He glared at Feng Zi and said, "Brat, you dare to look down on old man? Let the old man give you a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out an arrow from the ground and swiftly nocked it on the composite bow. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the bowstring to a full moon and suddenly released it. The arrow shot out like a whirlwind and pierced into the target in the blink of an eye. Zhang Feng was stunned. The scene just now played in his mind like a movie. He had always thought that old Chen was just bragging. He didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. One of them hit the target. He was even F*King impartial. This was slightly inconceivable. His eyes were wide as he looked in disbelief at Cheng Yaojin. "Old Chen, how did you do it? This is all a small matter." Cheng Yaojin raised his head so that other people could see the hair on his nose. He put on an appearance that he thought was handsome and said, "Which one of us Guanzhong men doesn't know a bit of riding and shooting? Just 1 li is child's play. Even if our Iron Bull came, there would be no problem." Zhang Feng twisted his lips and was slightly speechless. He had originally wanted to praise this guy and learn from him. Who would have thought that this guy would be so arrogant? Which Guanzhong man didn't know how to ride and shoot? He spoke as though the people of Guanzhong were invincible on horseback. However, these words did not seem to be without reason. The people of Guanzhong had been brave and skilled in battle since ancient times. In the past, when recruiting soldiers, they had to prioritize Guanzhong. The Qin and the Sui were basically like this. Looking at it this way, old Chen seemed to be right. Just as he was thinking, there was another wave of whooshing sounds. Zhang Feng turned his head abruptly, because he knew this was the sound of arrows. He saw 2 arrows explode in the air as Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go let go of their hands, nailing straight to the target. 10th ring? 10th ring? He found it hard to believe. It was one thing for old Cheng to be strong, but what were Zong and Debing? How could they hit? Were all of Guanzhong really master archers? Or were these people all hiding their abilities? The clown was himself? He stared with wide eyes at Zhang Sun Chong and the others. He asked with a face full of suspicion, "Zong, Debing, you two are so strong? Did you take medicine? Speak honestly." He really didn't dare to believe that this former wastrel could hit the target, and was so skilled with the bow. Zhang Sun Chong naturally did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking. He thought that this guy worshipped him. Therefore, he put on a pose that he thought was very handsome and took out the aura of a young master. Feng Zi, you don't know? Even though I am called a wastrel, but I cannot lose this most basic skill. In the past, my father often taught me riding and shooting, saying that riding and shooting is a basic skill. Originally, I did not want to learn, but seeing other people learn, I also learned. Ah, I said too much, this is a small matter, Feng Zi, do not mind. Chapter 1983. These words sounded modest, but in fact, they were full of showing off and ridicule. How could Zhang Feng not hear it? At this time, his face was already red, but there was nothing he could do. They had been practicing since childhood. As for him, there was no way he could compare. But this couldn't go on. Sooner or later, he would be laughed to death by these guys. He had to do something to make himself a godly archer. Didn't archery rely on the eyes? Lao Tzu's eyes weren't as good as yours. Could it be that Lao Tzu couldn't make some support? Got it, binoculars? They could shoot now, but it wouldn't work when they were far away. Moreover, there were binoculars now. If Lao Tzu made binoculars, it would be Lao Tzu mocking them. As he was thinking, there was a burst of hurried footsteps not far away. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Li leading Old Master Li and the others over. He hurriedly went up to greet them. Old Li, Old Master Li, why are you here? To see you. Li Yuan took the lead to speak. Since the last time in Chang'an, he hadn't seen Feng Zi. This time, when he heard Erlang say that Feng Zi was coming, he was happy and followed. As soon as he arrived, he looked up and down at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become a lot darker. This was true. Last time on the hot air balloon, Zhang Feng was basked in the sun every day. He was indeed a bit darker. Zhang Feng also knew, so he didn't care. He said with a smile, a little, but I've become stronger. The two looked at each other and smiled like good friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. But at this time, Li Shimin spoke. He looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Feng Zi, I heard you made some divine bow. Is it true? Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He was a bit confused. How did this news come so fast? The bow and arrow had just been made. How did this Lao Li know? It wasn't that he was trying to isolate Old Li, but the speed of the news was a little strange. As he was thinking, he glanced at Li Shimin, intentionally or unintentionally, trying to figure out something. But at that moment, he saw a familiar face. It was Ching Chumo, and the latter's gaze was somewhat evasive. Something was obviously going on. In an instant, he understood something. So the reason Old Chen sent Tai Nyo out was to send a message. Motherf ***, if he wanted Lao Li and the others, he could have just said so. Why did they have to be so sneaky? He wasn't a petty person. If it weren't for Lao Li and the others, Gauda would have taught Tai Nyo a lesson. After thinking about it, he put on a smile and said, Lao Li, do you want to give it a try? Looks like it's true. Li Shimin's interest was piqued. He was an emperor on horseback and loved bows and weapons. Just now, when he heard Ching Chumo praise the divine bow, he was still suspicious. Now, after hearing what Feng Zi said, there was indeed no problem. He quickly said, Go, 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 let's go see your divine bow. After saying that, he quickly walked towards Cheng Yaojin and the others. Li Yuan and the others naturally followed. Zhang Feng did not move. He smiled and looked around at everyone, as if he was looking for something. Finally, his pupils shrank as if he had discovered a hunter's prey. He shouted, Wait! Cheng Chumo quivered. He knew that Feng Zi was calling him. Just now, he was preparing to sneak away under this guy's nose, but he didn't know that this guy's eyes were so good that he saw him at a glance. Now that it was not easy to leave, he could only turn his head with a helpless expression and laugh. Feng Zi, shut up. Zhang Feng interrupted him and said somewhat angrily, how can you be so heartless? Even if you want to find Lao Li and the others, you can just tell Lao Tzu. Why do you have to be so sneaky? Do you think Lao Tzu doesn't exist? Cheng Chumo originally wanted to quibble, but seeing that even Feng Zi had seen through him, he had no choice but to give up the excuse he had prepared. With a helpless expression, he said, I didn't want to go. My father forced me, old Chen. Zhang Feng frowned and turned his head to glance at old Chen, who was talking to Lao Li. He seemed to understand something. Could it be that this guy called Lao Li because he failed to bargain with him just now? That should be the case. Otherwise, there was no other reason. Did he want to rely on this to make him submit? Humph, thinking about this, he walked towards Cheng Yaojin and the others and said with a fake smile, what do you guys think of this bow? Li Shimin raised the bow in his hand and said with a satisfied expression, not bad, it is indeed a divine bow. But your target is too close. Go, put it further away. Zhang Feng didn't know how to respond to this. He originally thought that old Chen's bow was very powerful. It was indeed powerful to be able to hit the target within a mile. But then he thought that Lao Li was even more powerful. He had to put the target further away. One had to know that 1 li was 500 meters. These guys actually said it so easily. Wasn't this a slap to his face? How could this be? Thinking about this, he waved his hand and said to Algernon, add another mile. Chapter 1984. Jin Jinan might have noticed the director's dissatisfaction, so he sneakily moved a few more steps. The distance between them was more than 2 li. Zhang Feng laughed in his heart. Let's see how you're going to show off now. His face was calm as he said, it's fine now. Start showing off your archery. Okay. Li Shimin was overjoyed. He had always liked this kind of exciting activity. Even if Jin Jinan increased the distance by 3 li, it would not be a problem. Now, it was only 1 li. What was the big deal? It was child's play. As he thought, he knocked the arrow. As he loosened his grip, the sound of the arrow piercing through the air reverberated in his ears. Another arrow hit. Zhang Feng's confidence was completely shattered. Motherf **Ker, Lao Li was so powerful. He could hit the target 2 li. And he was not biased. Just as he was doubting himself, another whooshing sound was heard. Cheng Yaojin also hit the target, as did Li Yuan, but he missed by a bit. This time, Zhang Feng was in a bad mood. So they were all experts, and he was the only clown? He was a bit annoyed. Why didn't he learn equestrian archery? Otherwise, he would not have lost so much face today. Only when he saw Zhang Sun and Du Go both miss the target did he feel a bit better. He seemed to have found some balance. He looked at Zhang Sun and Du Go and comforted them, don't worry, you too. Take it slow. Na Cheng thought. Zhang Suan's words completely shattered his worldview. Humph, my hand just shook a bit. It's only 2 li. It's not like I can't hit the target. After saying this, he looked at Du Go and said with a determined face, come, let's continue. Du Go also seemed to have a telepathic connection. He knocked an arrow and shot it at the target. This time, the two were much better than before. Although they did not hit the target completely, they did not miss the target. They hit the 5th ring. Originally, this was not a big deal in their hearts, but it was a complete blow to Zhang Feng. He had thought that the two of them were like him, dabblers or something like that. Na Cheng did not expect that they could actually hit the target. This was a bit hard to understand. Just as he was doubting himself, he heard Li Shimin's voice. Feng Zi, why don't you come and try? Here, take the bow. Zhang Feng was stunned. He thought of an excuse and was about to reply when Zhang Sun rushed out from the side. He waved the bow in his hand and said with a smile, Feng Zi can't do it. He can't hit the target. You motherf asterisk cur can't do it. Your whole family can't do it. You can't hit it. Your whole family can't hit it. Zhang Feng glared at Zhang Sun, his face flushed red. He wanted to slap this talkative guy to death. He was already angry and had nowhere to vent it. Who would have thought that this dog would be so mean? Say that I'm not good enough? Can't hit the target? He was simply courting death. Looking at Zhang Feng's furious appearance, Zhang Sun was a bit confused. He was just telling the truth. He did not know how he had offended this guy. He was even scolded to his face. Who the hell could he find to reason with? In fact, he was also a bit angry. If it were not for His Majesty here, he might have already gone up. It was just inconvenient now. Thus, he could only suppress his anger and ask, "Are you crazy? Why are you scolding me?" "I'm scolding you." Zhang Feng snorted coldly. He did not care about Zhang Xuan's reaction. He turned to look at Li Shimin and said proudly, "Isn't it just shooting? I can hit 100% of the time. This is a piece of cake, 100% of the time." Li Shimin frowned. He did not believe it. He was the emperor of horses and could be said to be very proficient in equestrian archery. Even at his peak, he did not dare to say that he could hit 100% of the time. This kid said that he could hit 100% of the time? How was that possible? He was simply bragging. He was not the only one who did not believe it. Cheng Yaojin also looked at Zhang Feng with a face full of doubt. He had fought for half of his life and had never seen anyone who could hit 100% of the time. Even ruthless people like Qin Xiong and Li Jing did not dare to say that they could hit 100% of the time. Now, this kid actually said that he could hit 100% of the time? It was simply a joke. He questioned him politely, "Kid, stop bragging. If you have the ability, shoot a few arrows and see. If you can really hit 100% of the time, Lao Tzu will kowtow to you 3 times." The best way to test a person's archery skills was undoubtedly to shoot arrows. He did not believe that Zhang Feng could hit 100% of the time. That was why he dared to say so. However, what he did not expect was that Zhang Feng seemed to be confident. He smiled slightly, "Old Chen, this is what you said. When the time comes, don't go back on your words." As he spoke, he looked at Li Yuan and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble old Master Li to testify for me. If I can hit 100% of the time, old Chen will have to fulfill his promise." Li Yuan was in a difficult position. He did not know if Feng Zi could hit 100% of the time, nor did he know why Cheng Yaojin wanted to make a bet. He wanted to let these two leave it at that. However, when he saw Cheng Yaojin smile, it seemed that victory was in his grasp. It was not good to dissuade him. Besides, he also wanted to see if Feng Zi was really so powerful. Thus, he said with a serious face, "Okay, old man will testify for you." As soon as his voice fell, Cheng Yaojin could not wait any longer. He urged, "Hey, hey, hey. Since there are no more questions, let's start shooting." Chapter 1985. Don't worry. Zhang Feng waved his hand, glanced at everyone, and said with a smile, "I do have a way, but not now. I'm going to make something. After I'm done, I guarantee that it'll hit 100% of the time. If you're interested, you can come and take a look." Li Shimin was a little confused. What kind of thing could hit 100% of the time? Wasn't this a joke? However, Feng Zi never seemed to joke about such things. Just as he was about to ask, he saw that Zhang Feng had already walked towards the cave entrance. He hurriedly said, "Feng Zi, wait for me." "Lao Li, wait." Cheng Yaojin stopped Li Shimin and asked a little worriedly, "Do you think what Feng Zi said is true?" He was angry just now, so he made a bet with Feng Zi. Now that he saw that Feng Zi didn't seem to be lying, he was a little flustered. What if he lost? Was he really going to kowtow? Then where would old Cheng's family put their face? Li Shimin also saw Cheng Yaojin's worry, but he couldn't do anything. The bet had already been made. Could it be that he had to withdraw it? Therefore, he could only comfort him, "Old Cheng, since you've already made a bet, why don't you go and see what kind of tricks Feng Zi is playing? I can't do anything if you look for me." After saying that, he ignored Cheng Yaojin and walked side by side with Li Yuan into the cave. At this time, Cheng Chumo walked over. He looked at Cheng Yaojin with a serious face. "Dad, don't worry. Feng Zi is just bragging. How can he hit 100% of the time? Even Uncle Qin can't do it. That kid?" With his son's comfort, Cheng Yaojin gradually relaxed. However, his heart was still beating. He felt that something was wrong, so he stared at Cheng Chumo and said with a serious face, "Kid, if Lao Tzu loses later, you will complete the bet." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the petrified Cheng Chumo standing in place. He didn't expect that comforting his father would end up harming him instead. This is kowtowing. You're not afraid of losing face, but I am. She really knew how to trick her son. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, he realized that his damned father had already disappeared. However, at this moment, Zhang Sun and Du Go walked over with malicious smiles on their faces. "Hee, Iron Bull, don't worry. If Feng Zi can't do it, we'll make him kowtow to you. But if you succeed, you'll have to kowtow to him, haha." After ridiculing Cheng Chumo for a while, the two of them left with their arms around each other's shoulders, not giving him the slightest chance to talk back. Cheng Chumo wanted to curse, but he didn't know who to curse. He felt that he had been tricked by his father. He couldn't possibly curse his father, right? Therefore, he could only walk into the cave with a face full of resentment. He secretly cursed Zhang Feng in his heart to alleviate the resentment in his heart. Inside the cave, Zhang Feng looked at Arjunan and said seriously, "Heat up the resin and melt it. Then make 2 molds. It should be something like this." As he spoke, he pulled out a pen and paper from the side. As he drew, he said, "It should be something like this. Then, find some rubber to hold the resin in place." By the time he finished, the drawing was already done. Arjunan took the drawing and asked curiously, "Dean, what is this called? What is it used for?" "This is called a telescope." Zhang Feng pointed at the drawing and said word by word, "This is the thing I said would help me hit the target." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin rushed out. He snatched the drawing from Arjunan's hands and looked at it seriously. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that something was wrong. He flipped the drawing over, but still couldn't figure out what it was. He could only look at Zhang Feng and ask, "Feng Zi, what is this thing? Is it as magical as you said?" "It is just that magical." Zhang Feng snatched the drawing and handed it to Arjunan. He gestured for him to leave. Then, he looked at Cheng Yaojin angrily and said, "What? Are you scared now? If you are, you can kowtow in advance." "Scared?" Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. His head was about to hit the sky. He had never known what fear was in his entire life. He played with crickets when he was 3 years old. He brought his dog up the mountain when he was 4 years old. He peeked at widows bathing when he was 5 years old. Now, he was saying that he was scared? It was ridiculous. However, looking at Feng Zi's posture just now, it really seemed like it was some kind of treasure. This made him a little uneasy. If he were to fail miserably, it would be embarrassing. That was why he jumped out of the boat. However, he wanted him to say that he was scared. That was impossible. Therefore, he looked at Zhang Feng arrogantly and said, "It is impossible to make Lao Tzu admit defeat unless you really do it." After that, he casually found a stool and sat down as if this matter had nothing to do with him. In fact, he was already doubting the authenticity of Feng Zi's thing. If it was real, then Lao Tzu's Cheng family would lose a lot of face. As he thought about it, he kicked Cheng Chumo's leg. The latter stumbled. He grabbed his ear and whispered, "Go and find out what Feng Zi said." Chapter 1986. Cheng Chumo looked at Cheng Yaojin with an aggrieved face. He had been beaten badly by his father, and now he was being abused. He felt terrible, but he did not dare to refute. After all, it was related to the face of the Cheng family. He could only nod with tears in his eyes and turned around to ask Feng Zi's opinion. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Zhang Feng was talking with Li Shimin, Li Yuan, and others at this time, so he had to stand aside and act as a servant. "Feng Zi, I didn't have a good time when I went to your place last time. When do you want to drink again?" Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. Last time at the academy, they were in the mood for drinking, and Yu Shernan and other old men rushed in, which made him feel uncomfortable. In the end, the party ended on a bad note, so until now, he was still thinking about how to drink again. Zhang Feng naturally knew what Li Shimin was thinking. After all, the last thing was related to him. His teacher did it for his own good, so he could not say it. Now that Lao Li asked, he could only respond awkwardly, "You can drink whenever you want. I have a lot of good wine." Before Li Shimin could answer, Li Yuan said excitedly, "It's better to do it today than to choose a day. How about today?" He usually stayed in the palace, and his favorite thing was good wine and delicious food. Since he tasted Feng Zi's wine, he felt that the wine in the palace was just so-so. Now when he heard that he wanted to drink, he was naturally happy. Unexpectedly, his enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. Zhang Feng said with embarrassment, "There is wine, but now we are doing something important. The telescope will be made later. It's not good to leave now. Besides, my teacher is still in the academy." "It makes sense." Li Shimin nodded in agreement. He was not afraid of Yu Shernan and the others, but he felt that the telescope mentioned by Feng Zi was more important. Although it had not been made yet, he would rather believe that it was real, because as long as it was real, this thing could be used in the army. In this way, the national power of the Tang dynasty would be more prosperous. Wasn't this more important than drinking wine? Although Li Yuan wanted to drink wine in his heart, once he heard the two people both verbally refuse, it was not good for him to say anything. He could only spread out his hands, "You guys do as you please." At this moment, Al-Kinnan walked over with some molds. "Dean, the materials are ready. What should we do now?" Zhang Feng took the rubber and resin and looked at them. After confirming that there were no problems, he looked at Arkanon and said seriously, "Next, we need to polish the lens. The lens is still ordinary resin. As long as it is polished accurately, it will be effective." After that, he got up and walked to the side of the furnace. He raised the resin lens and roasted it next to the fire. While roasting it, he said to Arkanon, "Roast the oil on the surface first, so that the smoothness and transparency can be guaranteed." Arkanon nodded as if he understood. In fact, he did not understand these things at all. He just felt that whatever the dean did was right, and he wanted to follow the dean and learn some wisdom. That was all. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Feng took off the resin lens and looked at it in front of his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Seeing the dean smile, Arkanon was also happy. He hurriedly asked, "Dean, is it effective?" Zhang Feng handed the lens to Arkanon and said with a smile, "Look at it in front of your eyes." Arkanon took the lens doubtfully and looked at it in front of his eyes. He felt that the things around him were a little bigger than usual, which shocked him. He began to wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. But when he thought about it, there was nothing wrong with his eyes. Was it because of the lens? With doubts in his mind, he put the lens in front of his eyes again. Sure enough, everything around him was the same as before. Even the dean's head was much bigger. He took off the lens in surprise and said with a trembling voice, "Dean, what is this?" He knew that this must be the dean's masterpiece. Otherwise, no one could create such a miracle. The crowd didn't know what the two were talking about, but they were attracted by Alkinnon's puzzled expression. Coupled with the lens in his hand, the crowd couldn't figure out what was going on. They all looked at Zhang Feng, hoping that he would be able to figure out something. However, Zhang Feng just smiled faintly, as if it had nothing to do with him. Don't look at me like that, everyone. This is just a processing. It will be better in the future. Arkanon, go and get some fine brushes. Prepare to polish it. Arkanon nodded and handed the lens in his hand to Zhang Feng. Then he turned and left. Everyone was confused. They gathered around Zhang Feng and looked at the lens. They all wanted to know what was going on. Li Shimin was the first to speak. Fengzi, what happened just now? What's so good about this thing? Yes, tell us. Cheng Yaojin echoed. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong when he saw Arkinnon's expression. Now he wanted to ask for more details. See for yourself if you want to know. Chapter 1987. Zhang Feng handed the lens to Li Shimin and smiled. Put it on your eyes and you'll understand. Li Shimin took the lens with a puzzled expression. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Feng Zi's confident expression, he held back and put the lens on his eyes. At this moment, he felt that the people around him seemed to have grown a lot bigger. Cheng Yaojin seemed to have grown 2 heads, and Feng Zi became fatter. What was going on? He suddenly took off the lens and asked subconsciously, Feng Zi, what's going on? Zhang Feng smiled and said proudly, this is the power of the lens. I've only used a little now. You'll know in the future. Used a little? Li Shimin was startled. If he could magnify the things around him now, wouldn't it be even more powerful in the future? Could he see more than 10 miles away? Or more than 100 miles away? He was the emperor. His thoughts were jumpy, and he thought more than others. Now, it was just a model, but he thought of the possibilities in the future. Cheng Yaojin was different. He looked at Li Shimin and Zhang Feng and felt that something was wrong. There were not many things that could make the emperor so serious. Now, looking at the emperor, it was obvious that this thing was very powerful. The bet, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He quickly said to Li Shimin, let me see the lens. If it were someone else, he might have already snatched it. But this was the emperor. Even if they were outside the palace, he still didn't dare to go too far. Li Shimin was pulled back to reality by Cheng Yaojin's imagination. He didn't say anything and handed the lens over. Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to take the lens and put it on his eyes. With one glance, he instantly regretted it. He saw that everything around him had become bigger. Even the things that were usually small had become clearer. There was nothing to be afraid of, but what was scary was that Feng Zi had just said that this was only the first step. Thinking about it, just the first step could achieve such an effect. If the rest of the steps were completed, wouldn't he lose without a doubt? If that was the case, wouldn't this be a sure bet? When he thought of this, he felt bitter in his heart. Lao Tzu was a duke. How could he kowtow and admit defeat because of a bet? If he really couldn't do it, he would have to wait for Iron Bull to do it. In any case, he had already agreed. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Feng and said in a fawning tone, Fengzi, when will this thing of yours be done? What happened? Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin in confusion. Just asking, just asking. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, trying to cover up the awkwardness in his words. Zhang Feng could tell that this guy was trying to get information out of him, but he didn't expose him. He smiled and said, I'm not sure yet, but it should be soon, right? Cheng Yaojin smiled awkwardly, turned around and fled. At this moment, he wished he could crawl into a mouse hole so that Feng Zi would not be able to find him, lest he mentioned the bet again. Fengzi, let me see that thing of yours. Li Yuan walked up. He was usually bored deep in the palace. Now that Fengzi had made such a novel thing, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Just now, he wanted to see this thing, but Erlang gave it to Cheng Yaojin, which made him unhappy. Now that Cheng Yaojin had left, he came up. For you. Zhang Feng handed the lens to Li Yuan and said with a smile, just put it on your eyes and you can see it. Li Yuan took the lens with a smile. He first played with it in his hand, then put it on his eyes with satisfaction. But at this moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that he could see things clearly, and he could see very clearly. What was going on? It turned out that his eyesight was not very good, and he could see things a little blurry. If he was far away, he couldn't see things clearly at all. Now that he put this lens on, he could actually see things clearly. How could this not make him excited? The muscles on his face trembled a little. He took off the lens and looked at Zhang Feng with an excited face. Fengzi, this thing of yours is really so amazing, quickly make more for me. Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuan with a puzzled face. Old master, what's wrong with you? Aya, it's a little hard to explain to you. Li Yuan's face was red. He didn't know how to explain to Zhang Feng. After thinking for a while, he said, let me tell you this, I used to see things a little blurry. If it was far away, I couldn't see clearly, but when I put on this lens of yours, it suddenly became better. Presbyopia? Zhang Feng frowned. This was his first reaction. Seeing things blurry and not being able to see clearly at a distance, wasn't this presbyopia? This presbyopia already existed in the Tang dynasty? He looked at Li Yuan with a curious face. Old Master Li, other than these, do you usually have any other symptoms? Li Yuan frowned, as if he was thinking about what this was. After a while, he said, usually, my eyes are a little sore, swollen, and sometimes I will cry for no reason. Zhang Feng was even more certain about this. This was F*King presbyopia. No wonder this old Master Li would be different from others when he wore the lens. Chapter 1988. Just as he was thinking, Li Shimon's voice rang out. Feng Zi, since you know about my father's eye problem, then quickly help him. In fact, he knew about Li Yuan's problems, but the imperial physicians in the palace were useless. They had treated him countless times, but there was no effect. Now that Feng Zi's lens actually had an effect, he definitely needed the other party's help. Zhang Feng could understand what Li Shimon and his son were saying, so he was naturally happy to help. After all, this resin was not worth much. It was just that the experiment had not been completed yet, so he said, Lao Li, old Master Li, there is no problem with what you said. It's just presbyopia. However, the lens experiment has not been completed yet. After the experiment is successful, I will make a pair of glasses for old Master Li, and it will be completely solved. Presbyopia? Glasses? Li Yuan and Li Shimon looked at each other, a little confused, and asked, what are these things? Zhang Feng forgot a problem. These words were too old, these guys did not understand, so he casually explained, and the two suddenly understood. But at this time, Al-Kinnan came back with the brush. Zhang Feng did not talk much with the others. After all, making a telescope was important, so he casually sat on the stool and began to polish it. Cheng Yaojin asked for a rebuff, and it was not good to be thick-skinned and look, so he called Cheng Chumo to inquire. At first, Cheng Chumo refused, but when he saw that Feng Zi's thing was quite novel, he went over without waiting for his father's outburst. Li Shimon and Li Yuan, the father and son pair, did not need to be said. They had been in the palace all year round, and now that they saw such a powerful thing, they naturally did not want to let it go. Moreover, this thing was related to Li Yuan's eyes, so the two gathered in front of Zhang Feng like curious babies. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Feng stopped what he was doing and stretched. It's finally done. Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to ask, Fengzi, how is it? He was now looking forward to the result, because he already knew that his damned old man wanted to use him to fulfill the bet. If Feng Zi really succeeded, then he would have to kowtow to Feng Zi. This was something he didn't want to see the most. Therefore, he didn't want Feng Zi to succeed. Zhang Feng didn't know about this. He just thought that this guy was curious, so he said angrily, "What's the hurry? I haven't read it yet, have I?" As he spoke, he picked up the lens and placed it in front of his eyes. The corner of his mouth unconsciously raised into a smile. Obviously, the effect this time was better than before. Not only could he see things clearly, but he could also magnify things that were far away. Zhang Feng's smile quickly attracted Li Shimon's attention. He asked curiously, "Feng Zi, how was it this time? Come, give it a try." Zhang Feng smiled and handed the lens to Li Shimon. Li Shimon couldn't wait to take it. When he put it in front of his eyes and looked at it, he instantly felt uncomfortable. The effect was not just a little bit different from before. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, not only could he see things clearly, but he could also magnify things that were far away. He put down the lens and looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. "Feng Zi, how did you do this?" Zhang Feng raised his head and said proudly, "This is just a small trick. The lens hasn't been completed yet. It still needs to be polished. When the two lenses are put together, you will know the effect." Hearing Feng Zi's words, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but be curious. He quickly said, "Can you show it to me?" Hearing this, Li Shimon handed the lens to Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo took it and put it in front of his eyes. He knew that something was wrong because he saw a very clear image. Didn't this mean that he had to kowtow? Thinking of this, his face became bitter. He couldn't help but blame his father for tricking his son. He was also angry that Feng Zi had made such a magical thing. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only give the lens back to Zhang Feng and smile bitterly. Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed Cheng Chumo's abnormality. However, he didn't pity this guy. Who asked old Chen to make a bet? It was too late for him to realize his mistake now. He handed the lens back to Arkanon and said seriously, "Continue to polish it according to my method. Then, make 5 more identical lenses. Give them to me when you are done." Arkanon nodded, took the lens, and left. He had seen the dean's process and had roughly memorized it. It wouldn't be a problem for him to make some. Zhang Feng naturally believed in Arkanon. After telling him everything, he sat back on the stool, as if none of this had anything to do with him. However, everyone's curiosity had been completely aroused. How could they be dismissed by these 2 sentences? Li Shimon came up to Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, if you succeed, how far can you see?" He had just seen that he could clearly see small things within 5 meters. If he could see further, he might be able to use it in industry or military, which would be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng seemed to have seen through Li Shimon's thoughts. He said with a smile, "Lao Li, are you thinking of something?" Chapter 1989. What kind of thoughts could I have? Li Shimon denied it. The item had not been made yet, and its effects were still unknown. Naturally, he could not say what he was thinking. Thus, he said, "I'm just curious." "Oh," Zhang Feng nodded as if he understood. He smiled and said, "I don't know how far it can see, but it should be about 2 miles. 2 miles? These 2 words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately setting off waves of ripples. 2 miles? You're not bragging, are you? What kind of thing can see so far?" Everyone exclaimed. Among them, Cheng Yaojin's voice was the loudest. He could not believe it. To be precise, he could not believe it. How could a few pieces of resin be able to see things 2 miles away? If this was not bragging, then what was it? Although he had used the lens to look, he had only seen the things in the cave. How big was the cave? It was only 1 mile in radius. What Feng Zi said was 2 miles. This was 1 kilometer. Using just a little bit of resin? This inevitably made him suspicious. Feng Zi, you can't speak without thinking. Otherwise, the bet just now will be doubled. This bet had always bothered him. He had been thinking about how to get rid of it. Now that Feng Zi had thrown out such a heavy bomb, he did not want to get rid of it anymore. Why? Because this was simply impossible to achieve. In his knowledge, even the best soldiers could only barely shoot 2 miles. In other words, they could only see 2 miles. He did not believe that Feng Zi, who had never joined the army, could shoot 2 miles with the help of some bullshit T resin. This was simply nonsense. Apart from this bet, he actually had a glimmer of hope that Feng Zi could make this thing. It was not that he wanted to kowtow, but because he had another identity, and that was a soldier. He had to think for the soldiers. If Feng Zi's thing was really powerful, then he could get it into the military hospital. In the future, he would not have to worry about not being able to see the enemy's situation clearly. However, when he thought of the bet, he was in a dilemma. On one hand, he hoped that it was true, but on the other hand, he hoped that it was false. He didn't want to lose the bet, and even wanted to raise the stakes and take all the treasures in Feng Zi's cave. Li Shimin, on the other hand, did not think so much. He really hoped that this thing was real, because as long as it was real, it could be fully applied to industry and military. In this way, the strength of the Tang dynasty would be further improved, and his father's eyes could be cured. So he asked with a hopeful face, Feng Zi, are you kidding me? Is it true? Zhang Feng frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, do I look like I'm joking with you? Didn't you use it just now? Why don't you believe me? Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was a little dissatisfied and nodded with a smile. That's not it. It's just a little hard to believe. It was not that he didn't believe Zhang Feng, but that he couldn't believe it. Just now was just a moment ago. How big was this cave? Its radius was less than 1 mile, and it couldn't be compared with 2 miles at all. But when he thought about it, Feng Zi had made so many magical things before, such as hot air balloons and so on. This time, it didn't seem to be a big deal to make a telescope, so he added, Feng Zi, can you make more of this thing? I want to try it too. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Zhang Feng. Some of them had never used lenses before, but they had already heard so much about it. Now, if Feng Zi could make more of it, they might all have a chance. How could they not be excited? Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and couldn't help laughing. What do you think this thing is? Do you think it's easy to do it? First, you need to collect the resin, then you need to polish it and do repeated experiments. This is just the first one. We can talk about it after the experiment is completed. Everyone felt that their enthusiasm had been dispelled, but they didn't feel like giving up because they knew that Feng Zi could definitely do it. After about a quarter of an hour, Al-Kinnan came back with several lenses. Director, the lenses are all polished according to the method you just said. I also brought the rubber mold. What do we do now? Zhang Feng took the lenses and put 2 pieces together in front of his eyes. When he looked at it, the distant objects were clearly displayed in front of his eyes, and they were magnified a lot. When he looked in other directions, the effect was exactly the same, and it was more than twice as good as before. He put down the lenses with satisfaction and was about to give them to Li Yuan to try, but he saw that Li Yuan's eyes were already wearing the lenses. He smiled. Old Master Li, how is the effect? Li Yuan turned his head and held the lenses with both hands. He looked very funny. He smiled and said, Feng Zi, this thing of yours is really good. Is there any way to fix it? It's not the same if you keep holding it like this. Zhang Feng smiled and reached out to take off Li Yuan's lenses. Old Master Li, you'll be tired if you keep holding your hands like this. I'll find a way for you. Give me the lenses first. Li Yuan handed the lenses to Zhang Feng skeptically. Zhang Feng took the lenses and turned to Al-Kinnan. He said, Go find some steel wires to make a bracket that can cover the lenses. The most important thing is to hang it on the ear." As he spoke, he kept gesturing to Alkinen with his hands. Alkinen quickly memorized it and left with the lenses. Chapter 1990. After instructing everyone, Zhang Feng picked up the lens and the rubber mold and prepared to install it. He had ordered Arkanon to make the mold, and it fit perfectly with the lens. Once it was put in, it could be used. However, no one had ever seen such a thing before, so they were curious. They all gathered around and asked at once. "Feng Zi, is this the telescope you were talking about? Why does it look so weird? Is he deliberately mystifying us?" Obviously, the last sentence was said by Cheng Yaojin. In his heart, he was worried that Feng Zi would succeed, but he was also worried that Feng Zi would fail. Under these two complicated emotions, he was very conflicted. He even regretted the bet just now. However, the bet had already been made. How could he, a dignified duke, admit his mistake? That was simply impossible. That was why they mocked him in such an eccentric manner. Zhang Feng was not a fool. Naturally, he could tell. He ignored this guy and explained to the others, "This is called a telescope. The rubber is just a mold. The lens is the most important part. As long as the lens is installed, it is basically a success." As he spoke, his hands had already started to press the lens into the rubber mold. As he was pressing, he seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth curled up. "I suddenly remembered something. Who made a bet with me just now, saying that he would kowtow to me?" As soon as he said that, everyone instantly understood. Wasn't he talking about Cheng Yaojin? Just now, this guy had made a bet with Feng Zi. If Feng Zi could make something that could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, he would kowtow 3 times. Was he going to settle the score now? Thinking of this, they all looked at Cheng Yaojin. Facing the sudden stare, Cheng Yaojin felt a little uncomfortable and shivered. He was already feeling guilty, and being stared at like this, he felt even more guilty. However, he had been on the battlefield before, and at this time, he couldn't help but calm down. He deliberately coughed lightly to hide his nervousness. Then he said, "Isn't it just the bet just now? You haven't made it yet, right? Wait until you can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away." After that, he snorted and crossed his arms in front of his chest, putting on an arrogant look, as if he was not afraid of Zhang Feng's binoculars at all. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum, and he was secretly praying that it would not succeed. Zhang Feng saw through Cheng Yaojin's pretense, but he didn't expose him. He just smiled and said, "Wait a minute. I hope someone doesn't go back on his word. Feng Zi, don't worry." Li Yuan patted his chest and said with a straight face, "If this old man dares to be shameless, old man will break his legs. Don't forget that I am the guarantor." Cheng Yaojin's heart skipped a beat as he cursed inwardly. Originally, he thought that if he really lost, he would just have to give Feng Zi something as compensation. But now that the emperor had spoken, there was no way he could get away with it. If there was no other way, he could only let Tainyo go. This brat had a good relationship with Feng Zi, so he should be able to resolve this. Zhang Feng did not know about the schemes in Cheng Yaojin's heart. He thanked Li Yuan and continued to install the binoculars. Everyone's gaze once again gathered on him. After about a quarter of an hour, the binoculars were finally completed. Zhang Feng let out a long breath, picked up the binoculars and tested it in front of his eyes. Sure enough, the effect was much better than before. Not only was it clear, it could also be magnified. The most important thing was that it did not shake. Just now, when he held the 2 lenses in front of his eyes, his hand would always unconsciously shake. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng's strange actions and did not find it strange. After all, they had all seen Feng Zi put the lenses into the mold with their own eyes. However, they were all curious. Just how powerful was this binoculars? Thus, Li Shimin asked, Feng Zi, what's the difference between this time and before? Zhang Feng was too lazy to answer because he knew that no matter how he described it, it would not be clear. It was better to see it with his own eyes. Therefore, he handed the binoculars to Li Shimin and motioned for him to see for himself. Li Shimin was naturally happy. He took the binoculars and kept exploring. However, just looking at it, it was as if he had opened up a new world. His vision was very clear. It was as if the things in the distance were pulled in front of him. It was completely different from the previous 2 times. If the things in the previous 2 times were magnified by 5 times, then this time it was magnified by 10 times. There was no way to compare. Li Yuan was attracted by Li Shimin's appearance. He quickly reached out and grabbed the binoculars. He also began to imagine in his own world. He had a bit of presbyopia and saw things a bit blurry. However, when he used this binoculars, he instantly felt that his eyes seemed to be better than when he was young. The metal slag in the cave, the rat feces, all of them were clearly seen. Looking at Li Yuan's appearance, Cheng Yaojin's heart thumped. Just now, he had already tried Feng Zi's lenses and knew the effect. Now, looking at the emperor's appearance again, could it be that the effect was even better than before? He did not dare to think about it anymore. He quickly stepped forward and said, Old Master, can you let me see? Chapter 1991. Li Yuan frowned. He took down the binoculars and glanced at Cheng Yaojin. Originally, he was still looking at the scenery inside the cave. Who would have thought that this guy would come and ruin things? He originally wanted to scold him, but then he remembered that this guy still had a bet with Feng Zi. If he let this guy look with the binoculars, it might dispel his confidence. Thinking of this, he handed the binoculars to Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to take it. He put it on his eyes and looked. Instantly, his whole person became unwell. This, Motherf *Ker, did it really become powerful? Not only could he see clearly in the distance, but it was also a bit blurry. If he took it out of the cave, how far could he see? He didn't dare to imagine because there was still a bet on him. Cheng Chumo saw that his father was stunned in place and knew that there was a problem with the binoculars. He hurriedly went forward and snatched it. He didn't care about his father's reaction, but when he put it on his eyes and looked, he quivered. This was simply a divine tool. No matter how far he could still see clearly. Then wouldn't he lose for sure? Would he have to kowtow to Feng Zi? He didn't dare to think about it. Before, he thought that his father would lose, but he didn't expect Feng Zi to be so powerful. Zhang Sunchong didn't know that Cheng Chumo had so many thoughts. He went forward and took the binoculars and do go to study. The two of them were very curious just now, but the things had always been in the hands of Feng Zi and His Majesty. They couldn't get them. Now that they were in Cheng Chumo's hands, they naturally had to take a look. The two of them scrambled, and the binoculars finally fell into Zhang Sunchong's hands. When he put it on his eyes, he was dumbfounded, because he had never seen such a magical thing. Normally, his family was prominent, so he had seen everything. He had even been in a hot air balloon, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But this was different. When he put it on his eyes, he felt like he had an extra pair of eyes. His vision instantly improved, and now he felt that he could be compared with an eagle in the sky. He felt that he could now see the eagle. After that, Dugo also tried the binoculars. His reaction was basically the same as Zhang Sunchong's. He was shocked. How could there be such a thing? It was simply heaven-defying, because in his knowledge, resin was a kind of liquid secreted by trees. It could actually be made into such a thing. How could the eyes see things in the distance? Was this really inconceivable? Zhang Feng smiled in the face of everyone's incredulous expression. He knew that the telescope's function had not been fully utilized yet. If they went out, they would be able to see even further. Thus, he took the telescope, glanced at everyone, and said seriously, "Now, let's go out and try. Let's see if we can hit the target 100% of the time." As he spoke, he glanced at Cheng Yaojin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these words were said for Cheng Yaojin to hear. He also understood in his heart, but he did not dare to say more, afraid that he would accidentally say the wrong thing. At that moment, Alkinnon walked over with a pair of golden spectacles in his hand. "Dean, the spectacles are ready. I even sewed them with gold thread." Zhang Feng was just about to take the glasses and examine them, but he saw Li Yuan's fiery gaze. He waved his hand, "Give the glasses to old Master Li. Is it okay to confirm that there are no problems?" Algernon nodded to indicate that there was no problem. He then handed the glasses to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took the glasses and looked at them. He looked at the exquisite frame and could not put them down. He was a little confused. "Fengzi, how do I wear this? It's like this." Zhang Feng took the glasses and put them on his face. He demonstrated to Li Yuan and then handed them back. Li Yuan instantly understood and could not wait to put them on. However, the moment he put them on, he felt that his whole person was much more energetic. Not only could he see things clearly, but there seemed to be a temperament added to his body, which made him stretch his waist involuntarily. He glanced at everyone in the cave and felt that his whole eyes were much clearer. However, what puzzled him was that the glasses seemed to be a little yellow. He did not like this color, so he said to Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, these glasses are a little yellow. Can you change the color?" This, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He was a little embarrassed. The resin itself was yellow. It was good enough that it could be made into glasses. How could he be picky? But what old Master Li said was not unreasonable. Yellow did not look good. How could he change the color? As he was thinking, he inadvertently saw the ink on the table. Suddenly, he had an idea and said with a smile, "Old Master Li, I have an idea. Give me the glasses." Li Yuan originally thought that there was no way to let it go. When he heard this, he immediately took off the glasses and handed them to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the glasses and used his right hand to pick up the ink pen and smear it on the glasses. In a moment, the dark yellow lenses turned black. Zhang Feng handed the glasses to Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not reach out to take them. Instead, he was a little confused. Why were the glasses full of ink? How could he take them? And what he could not figure out the most was why did Fengzi smear ink on the glasses? Was this not nonsense? How did a good pair of glasses turn into a pair of black and dirty things? Chapter 1992. He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face and asked, "Fengzi, what are you doing? Why did you smear ink on the glasses?" Zhang Feng chuckled and handed the glasses to Li Yuan. "You'll know once you try it." Li Yuan took the glasses with a curious face and played with them in his hand for a moment. Other than finding that the lenses were blackened by ink, he didn't find anything special. He wanted to ask Fengzi again, but when he saw Fengzi's confident expression, he couldn't open his mouth. Driven by curiosity, he still put on the glasses. The moment he put on the glasses, he instantly felt that everything around him had changed. It was as if everything had turned black, as if a mysterious veil had been draped over him. This feeling was very wonderful, making his eyes light up. Not only that, wearing the glasses also gave him a feeling of looking down on the world, as if everything around him had to submit. This was an indescribable feeling. He reluctantly took off the glasses and looked at Zhang Feng with a surprised face. "Fengzi, how did you do it? If he could make a few more of such a magical thing, it would be a blessing." Zhang Feng smiled. "I just used ink to dye the color, nothing else." The others were a little confused. They didn't know the effect of the glasses, nor did they know the strange conversation between the two, but they were sure of one thing, and that was that the glasses were very powerful, at least not inferior to the binoculars. Their hearts were burning with passion, and they all wanted to try the effect of the glasses, but the glasses were in Li Yuan's hands, and they didn't dare to touch it. The group of people came out of the cave. Li Shimin and the others had already lined up, holding bows and arrows in their hands, eager to try. Cheng Yaojin stared at Zhang Feng, asking Zhang Feng to complete the bet just now. Zhang Feng was naturally not afraid. He had made the binoculars, so why would he be afraid of this? He held the bow and arrow in his hand, and under Cheng Yaojin's eyes almost popped out. He didn't believe that Zhang Feng could shoot arrows. Looking at this guy's small body, plus this distance, how was it possible? But this scene still slapped his face, and he instantly felt his face turn red. Just as he was looking for a chance to slip away, Zhang Feng said, "Old Cheng, did you forget the bet just now?" Cheng Yaojin's body shook. He was preparing to slip away because of the bet just now. How could he expect this kid to stop him at this time? Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? But thinking about the bet just now, he became discouraged. After all, he was the one who wanted to make the bet. But he couldn't kowtow, right? Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo actually already knew what this damn father was thinking, but when he was looked at like this, he still felt a chill down his spine. He wanted to refuse, but when he thought of his father's inhumane means, he endured it and could only obediently kowtow to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng naturally didn't want to. Old Cheng was the one who made the bet, so why did he ask his son to do it? Cheng Yaojin saw that Zhang Feng didn't want to, and instantly became anxious. As a duke, even if he lost the bet, he couldn't kowtow. It was understandable for his son to do it, but now Feng Zi didn't want to. What should he do? Just as he was anxious, he inadvertently saw Li Shimin, who was shooting arrows. He had an idea and hurriedly asked Li Shimin to intercede on Zhang Feng's behalf. Li Shimin naturally knew all of this. At the same time, he also understood Old Cheng's difficulties, so he asked Zhang Feng to intercede. Zhang Feng wasn't an unreasonable person. When he saw that Lao Li had come to intercede, not only did he not need to kowtow, but he also didn't care about the previous matter with Old Cheng. However, he still needed to send the beef glue, fish glue, and other things up the mountain. Cheng Yaojin didn't agree at first. How could there be such things as beef glue at home? Besides, he was almost discovered by the tigress when he stole things last time. How could he dare to go again? However, when he thought about it, if this guy mentioned the bet again, he still agreed. After a while, Zhang Feng was in a good mood. His archery skills had also greatly improved. He called everyone to continue practicing. Li Shimin was needless to say. He had been a master archer since he was young. Naturally, his arrows didn't miss. Cheng Yaojin wasn't bad either. He could get the 10th ring every time. However, Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go couldn't do it. Once the distance was far, they couldn't even shoot a single arrow. Especially Cheng Chumo, he couldn't even shoot a single arrow. This made Cheng Yaojin very angry. He went up and gave him a violent beating. It felt like he wanted to vent all his anger on this guy. He beat Cheng Chumo until he was a little doubtful about life. Li Yuan originally wanted to practice archery, but once the distance was far, he was a little weak. In addition, he had just gotten the glasses, so his mind was not on the bow at all. Therefore, he wore the glasses and showed off everywhere. No one dared to say anything, so they could only agree. While showing off, he actually walked down the forging workshop and unknowingly walked to the academy. Just as he was about to go to the academy to look for Yu Shernan and the others to show off, a white-bearded old man walked towards him. Who else could it be but Sun Simiao? Li Yuan quickly stepped forward and deliberately pushed up his glasses. He said with a proud face, "Old Sun, where are you going?" Chapter 1993. Old Sun. Sun Simiao frowned, obviously a little unhappy. Because in the entire Tang dynasty, there were not many people who dared to talk to him like this, except for the emperor. The emperor? This voice sounded a bit like him. He raised his head and glanced. It felt a bit different. This person was wearing a strange thing on his eyes, which had already covered half of his face. However, this expression was very similar. He asked uncertainly, "Are you Old Master Li?" Outside, he called the emperor like this. First, it was to ensure safety, and second, it was to deceive people. Li Yuan took off his glasses and smiled. "If it's not me, who else can it be?" Only then did Sun Simiao see clearly. It was really the emperor, but why was the emperor wearing a strange thing? He asked puzzledly, "Old Master Li, what are you wearing?" Hearing Sun Simiao's question, Li Yuan instantly felt that he was a bit more pretentious. He raised his eyebrows and raised the glasses in his hand. "This is a good thing. Wearing it can cure my blurry eyes." "Wait," Sun Simiao immediately interrupted. He looked at Li Yuan solemnly and said word by word, "What did you say just now? What can it cure?" He was the chief imperial doctor of the palace. Li Yuan's presbyopia was treated by him. He didn't know how many medicines he had taken, but there was no effect at all. Now, he actually said that such an unknown thing could cure presbyopia. Wasn't this slapping his own imperial doctor's face? The most important thing was that he had studied medical books for many years and knew that there was no way to cure presbyopia. Now that the emperor was holding this thing, he was undoubtedly deceived. He absolutely couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Moreover, he himself had presbyopia. He hadn't cured it for so many years. Could such a thing have an effect? He could basically be sure now that the emperor was deceived. Li Yuan didn't know that Sun Simiao had calculated him in just a few seconds. He still said with a proud face, "This thing is called glasses. It's made by Feng Zi, Feng Zi." Sun Simiao almost exclaimed. He had always regarded Feng Zi as a nephew of the student generation. He didn't expect this guy to deceive the emperor. He was angry. Feng Zi, this guy actually came out to deceive people. Doesn't he know that presbyopia can't be cured? The more he said, the angrier he became. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Li Yuan was a little confused. He had come to share with you out of goodwill. Why did he suddenly have to leave? And he even scolded Feng Zi? He hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Sun Simiao. "Old Sun, what are you doing?" "Humph." Sun Simiao waved his sleeves and said angrily, "Find you Shernan. Let him see that his disciple actually came out to deceive people." As he spoke, he actually wanted to leave again. Fortunately, Li Yuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He grabbed Sun Simiao and hurriedly said, "Feng Zi didn't lie to me. These eyes really have an effect. It can treat blurry eyes." After he finished speaking, he handed the glasses to Sun Simiao, wanting this guy to try it. However, Sun Simiao did not take over. Instead, he frowned as he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Because he knew that the emperor didn't need to lie to him, and he wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, he looked so serious that it didn't seem like he was faking it. Now that he thought about it, it might be true. After all, Feng Zi had once done so many inconceivable things. Thinking about it, he half believed and half doubtfully took the glasses and looked at Li Yuan. "How do I use this?" Li Yuan made a hand gesture and said with a smile, "Just wear it on your eyes like this." Sun Simiao frowned. Even though he still had some doubts in his heart, his hands were no longer listening to his orders. He put it on his eyes as if he was possessed by gods and demons. However, at this moment, he felt that his eyes seemed to have cleared up quite a bit. It was as if he could see things more clearly. He suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He actually discovered that the places that he couldn't see clearly before were now so clear. How was this possible? His heart shook. He pulled off the glasses and carefully observed them in his hand, hoping to find a clue. Yet at this moment, Li Yuan opened his mouth and looked at Sun Simiao with a mocking expression. How is it? Do you believe me now? Sun Simiao didn't answer. He only nodded his head heavily. At this moment, he was already immersed in the magic of the glasses. How could he have the leisure to answer Li Yuan's boring question? After looking for a while, he suddenly raised his head. As if he remembered something important, he hurriedly said, You said that this thing was made by Feng Zi? That's right. Li Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Feng Zi made it just now. It seems to have used some resin. Where is Feng Zi? Without waiting for Li Yuan to finish speaking, Sun Simiao anxiously interrupted. This thing had a very good effect on dazzling eyes. It could be said to be a miracle in the history of medicine. Now that he knew that it was made by Feng Zi, how could he let it go? Moreover, he had already used it himself. If he made more, wouldn't the old man with dazzling eyes in the Tang dynasty be saved? Li Yuan didn't know about this. He casually replied, Feng Zi is in the forging workshop. What's wrong? Forging workshop? Sun Simiao murmured and turned to walk towards the forging workshop. Chapter 1994. What are you going to do? Li Yuan was puzzled and asked behind him. Feng Zi's glasses have a miraculous effect. I want to ask him how he made it. Sun Simiao turned his head and said as he walked. He just wanted to see Feng Zi as soon as possible. Other things had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Li Yuan also roughly understood the importance of this matter. He put on his glasses and followed without saying a word. At the same time, on Chang'an Street, a carriage galloped on the street. The coachman waved the long whip in his hand as if he didn't feel sorry for the galloping horse at all. Every whip hit the horse's body. The horse kept neighing, but it didn't dare to stop. The surrounding vendors were overturned by the horse's hooves, raising a burst of dust, causing the surrounding people to stop and curse. Motherf ****, do you know how to ride a horse? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? What the hell? This is Chang'an Street. How can these crazy people come in? Everyone stop. Looking at the carriage, it doesn't look like it's from the capital. It's a bit like Jiangnan. Maybe it's an official's family. We can't afford to offend them. Let's pack up. What do you mean we can't afford to offend them? This is the Motherf ****'s foot. It's the place where the law is enforced. The crowd clamored for a while, but they couldn't do anything because they could see that the person on the carriage was not an ordinary person. What the person said just now was a bit reasonable. The carriage was printed with Jiangnan patterns. It was even more not something that ordinary people like them could afford to offend. The sound of complaints and curses gradually passed. They each cleaned up their vendors. But at this moment, a crisp sound came. Dang, 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 they were all businessmen and had a keen sense of smell. Naturally, they could detect what it was. They immediately exclaimed, copper coins, copper coins. As soon as the exclamation sounded, the people who were cleaning up the vendors looked sideways. They saw hundreds of copper coins being thrown at them. It was none other than the carriage just now. Seeing this, the crowd stopped cursing and picked up the copper coins. What's more, they kept praising the person on the carriage. This was not because they were greedy for wealth, but because the copper wires that were thrown by the carriage were something they couldn't earn in a day. Although the carriage knocked over their vendors, it also left money so that their day's hard work would not be in vain. Of course, the people in the carriage didn't know about this. At this moment, the carriage had already rushed to another street and turned in another direction. Its speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Fortunately, there were not many pedestrians on this street. Otherwise, copper coins might be scattered everywhere. Huff, the coachman reined in the horse and stopped in front of a manor. He raised his head and glanced at the signboard. There were two big words written on it, Zhang Manor. We're here. The coachman glanced at the carriage and said in a deep voice. There was no reply from within the carriage, only a series of coughs. A moment later, a middle-aged man, supported by another man, poked his head out. He took a deep look at the plaque, but didn't say anything. He only covered his mouth and coughed heavily twice. If Zhang Feng was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the little brother he had sent to follow Huan Yan. He was supposed to protect Yu with Huan Yan in Jiangnan. But, the situation in Jiangnan was too serious. It had completely exceeded Master's expectations. Many young masters of the clans had coveted Yu for a long time and frequently harassed her. Some were even ready to propose marriage. Yu was also a heroine. Not only did she not agree, but she also mediated among them. However, how could these clans give up so easily? One had to know that the Yu family had some power in Jiangnan. Although these young masters of the clans were after Yu's beauty, they wanted to rope her family in or even annex it. The current situation in Jiangnan and the Yu family's situation had reached a precarious point. As for himself, he had been beaten by the young masters of the clans because he helped Yu and had not recovered yet. Thinking of this, he was annoyed. Why couldn't he complete Master's task? Why did he have to come back to find Master? He punched the carriage and said coldly, "Let's go and see Master." With that, he lifted his trembling right leg and was about to get off the carriage. Fortunately, the man beside him quickly supported him. Otherwise, he might have fallen. As soon as they reached the gate of Zhang Mansion, the two servants raised their vigilance. They frowned, looked at each other, and said in unison, "Who is it?" Huan Yan glanced at the servant. He wasn't surprised that these two didn't recognize him because very few people knew when he left, so he didn't blame them. He said softly, "I'm also from the Zhang residence. I'm here to find Master." Zhang Mansion? The leader of the servants frowned slightly. In his memory, he had never seen this person. Or it could be said that there were too many people in Zhang Mansion and he had long forgotten. However, this person said that he was looking for Master. It seemed that he was very familiar with Zhang Mansion. He could let him in, but Master was not here now. He hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Master is not here. You can come again later. Then I'll have to trouble you to inform Duzideng." Chapter 1995. Huan Yan still looked amiable. Zhang Mansion was his home, so these people were naturally his family. Naturally, they couldn't be compared with those guys in Jiangnan. Seeing that Huan Yan could call out the housekeeper's name, the servant hesitated. Because the housekeeper was famous in Chang and everyone had heard of him, so it was not strange that he could say his name. However, it was rare to see someone as calm as him. Maybe he was a relative or a good friend of the housekeeper. After thinking for a while, the servant winked at another person, and that person ran out of Zhang Mansion. In less than a moment, Duzideng strode out. Seeing that it was Huan Yan, his face changed and he hurried forward. "Why are you here?" He knew that Huan Yan was sent to Jiangnan by Master to protect Yu. He would never come back without orders. Why did he suddenly appear at the gate of Zhang Mansion? Did something happen? Huan Yan didn't answer. Instead, he took Duzideng's hand and said solemnly, "Let's go inside and talk." Duzideng frowned and faintly felt that something was wrong. However, he knew that there was no way to talk here, so he led Huan Yan to the hall. However, he soon found that Huan Yan seemed to have something wrong with his body. He kept coughing and asked several times, but Huan Yan didn't answer. In the hall, Duzideng looked at Huan Yan with a serious face. "What's going on? Why did you come back from Jiangnan? And why do you keep coughing? Where's Master?" Huan Yan didn't answer directly, but asked Zhang Feng. In his opinion, Master must be informed of this matter first, and only Master could calm it down. Master is in Shao Mountain. Duzideng was straightforward. He knew that Huan Yan must have something to tell Master. Shao Mountain? Huan Yen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Shao Mountain. Finally, he looked at Du Zidong and said anxiously, "Send someone to Shao Mountain immediately and tell Master that something happened in Jiangnan. Ask him to go down the mountain immediately. There can be no delay." Du Zidong wanted to ask Huan Yen more, but seeing that he was so anxious, he didn't say anything and turned to walk out of the door. At the same time, in the forging workshop, Zhang Feng was currently communicating with Sun Simiao about the effects of the glasses. This old man originally didn't believe that there was such a magical thing, but now, when he looked at the binoculars, he was immediately shocked. "Feng Zi, can you get some for old man?" Sun Simiao said calmly. It was not that he wanted something new, but he found that this thing could treat blurry eyes. This was simply a miracle in the history of medicine. He wanted to bring it back for research and use it himself. "Elder son, what do you want this for?" Zhang Feng looked at Sun Simiao with a puzzled expression and asked curiously, "Could it be that you also have presbyopia?" Sun Simiao glanced at Zhang Feng and smiled awkwardly. "Old man, I don't know what you mean by presbyopia, but I do have it. Most importantly, this pair of glasses can treat presbyopia. I'm going to do some research on it, and it would be best if it could be promoted nationwide." "Yes, Feng Zi." Li Yuan on the side interjected. "Since this pair of glasses can treat presbyopia, what's the harm in promoting it?" Zhang Feng nodded secretly. He had thought about promoting the glasses before, but he couldn't do a loss-making business, so he asked, "How much money can this make?" Sun Simiao frowned and was faintly displeased. Medicine is great and sacred. This guy actually measured it with money? He wanted to reprimand him, but when he thought that Feng Zi still had the technology, he suppressed the idea and had to agree. Old man doesn't know how much money it will make, but it should be no problem to benefit the world. So it is. Zhang Feng's eyes turned. In fact, he didn't have to make money. He just asked casually. After all, he already had a lot of money, but when he wanted to promote it, he couldn't help but feel pain. Then promote it. Okay. Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction. Just now, he didn't find this kid pleasing to the eye, but when these words came out, he instantly felt that Feng Zi was not bad. He smiled. Feng Zi really has awareness. It was not in vain for Bashi to accept you as a disciple. Zhang Feng curled his lips. He didn't plan to pay, so why talk about this? He was just about to ask about the promotion when a shout came from outside the cave. "Dean, someone is looking for you." As soon as the voice fell, two men came in front of Zhang Feng. One was a worker in the cave, and the other was a servant of the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng recognized the servant's identity at a glance and asked, "What are you looking for me for?" The servant glanced at the people around him, then strode forward and bent down beside Zhang Feng's ear. Zhang Feng didn't argue because he knew that since the servant was so cautious, there must be something important. "Master, something happened in Jiangnan." "What?" Zhang Feng stood up from the stool and stared at the servant with wide eyes. "What did you mean?" The servant was a little flustered. He glanced around and hurriedly went forward and whispered, "Someone just entered the Zhang mansion and said that something happened in Jiangnan. They asked Master to go back immediately." Huan Yen. Chapter 1996. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank. Speaking of Jiangnan, the first person he thought of was definitely you, but you couldn't have come here. The only possibility was Huan Yen, who was protecting you, This guy was ordered to protect you, with Jia Daoran. It was impossible for him to leave. Unless something had happened. This was the only possibility. Thinking of this, he strode out of the cave. "Feng Zi, where are you going?" Sun Simiao stood up and shouted. They were just talking about something. If this kid left, who would he talk to? Zhang Feng was in a hurry. He didn't care about this. He left in a hurry. Find Algernon about the glasses. Seeing this, Li Yuan vaguely guessed something and followed him out of the cave. Outside the cave, Zhang Feng walked down the mountain in a hurry. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Li Shimin and the others, who were shooting arrows. Fortunately, the servants had prepared a carriage. Zhang Feng got in the carriage and rushed down the mountain. Unfortunately, it was not easy to ride a horse. Otherwise, he would have ridden down the mountain. After a while, Zhang Feng finally returned to the Zhang mansion. The servants who were carrying the palanquin were already sweating profusely from exhaustion. However, Zhang Feng was not in the mood to care about this. He strode into the mansion and shouted as soon as he entered, old Du, where did you die?" If the person from Jiangnan was Huan Yan, it must be Du Ziding who received him, so this old guy must know. In the hall, Du Ziding heard the shout and rushed out in a hurry. "Master, master." Huan Yan was trembling because of his injury, but the moment he saw Zhang Feng, it was as if he had seen his backbone. His body stiffened and he hurriedly said, "Master, you're finally back." Zhang Feng strode forward and supported Huan Yan. He hurriedly said, "Why are you back? Did something happen in Jiangnan?" Cough, cough. Huan Yan looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and didn't even notice that he was coughing. "Master, cough, cough. Miss Yu, was by many young masters in Jiangnan, cough, cough." As he spoke, he coughed again, but this time, he coughed up blood. Zhang Feng held Huan Yan tightly and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why is he coughing so badly?" Although he was worried about he was also worried about Huan Yan. Besides, Huan Yan came back from thousands of miles away to deliver the message. If anything happened to him, it would be terrible. Therefore, he had to be careful. However, Huan Yan didn't care as he stubbornly said, "Cough, cough." "These are all minor injuries." Zhang Feng was no longer calm. Although Huan Yan said it was a minor injury, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was a fatal injury. He turned to look at Du Ziding and hurriedly said, "Immediately find the best doctor in Chang'an." Du Ziding nodded. In fact, he had already gone to find the doctor, but he hadn't come yet. However, at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Prince Zhang, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu ran over holding their skirts. They had just heard that Prince Zhang had returned to the mansion, so they rushed over in a hurry. However, when they came over, they saw Prince Zhang supporting a man, which made them puzzled. Just as they were about to ask, Zhang Feng said, "Why are you here?" Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and smiled. "We sisters are here to see young master." Zhang Feng nodded slightly and ignored the two girls. He supported Huan Yan and walked to the hall. Now, Huan Yan was the most important to him because he had important news. The two girls were a little puzzled. Prince Zhang wasn't usually like this. Although he didn't care about them, he would at least ask about their well-being. Why didn't he ask about them today? They looked at each other and felt that everything was related to the man, so they followed Zhang Feng into the hall. After entering the hall, Zhang Feng helped Huan Yan sit on a chair and hurriedly said, "What did you say about you, The two girls' hearts skipped a beat and they looked at each other. Could it be that this man was here to send a message to you, Or did something happen to you, over there? Something must have happened. Otherwise, how could he look so sick? They were very tactful. Even if they saw it, they didn't say much because they knew that in Prince Zhang's heart, was as important as them. It was unwise to interrupt, so they chose to watch silently. At this time, Huan Yan coughed twice again with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He said with a pale face, "You know that many young masters of the clans in Jiangnan covet Miss Yu's beauty, Pa." Zhang Feng slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Sooner or later, I will make those guys pay the price." After that, he noticed the crowd and his expression eased a little. He looked at Huan Yan and said, "Go on, what's going on?" Huan Yan nodded and continued, "Those young masters of the clans not only coveted Miss Yu's beauty, but they also coveted the Yu family's wealth and status. Thus, they used all means to make Miss Yu submit, but Miss Yu refused to submit. Thus, these clans attacked the Yu family through business, wanting to disintegrate the Yu family. Even the injuries on my body. Chapter 1997. Hearing this, Zhang Feng had already understood the whole story. He clenched his right fist and the blue veins on his neck stood out. He couldn't help it anymore. These bastards even dare to touch my woman. Old Du, gather people immediately and kill these sons of bitches. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to walk out of the door. But at this moment, Jingshu stepped forward and stopped Zhang Feng. Young master, wait, what are you doing? Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu angrily. Young master, don't be impulsive. Jingshu took Zhang Feng's hand and said with a pleading face, there are many people in Jiangnan. We shouldn't fight recklessly. She was very worried that Prince Zhang would be trapped by the clans on impulse. Although she had accepted Yu, when she saw that the young master was going to risk his life for the latter and offend the clans, her heart throbbed a little. It was not that she didn't want to save Yu, but if it cost so much, she would rather Prince Zhang not go. Of course, it was also because of the selfishness of a woman. Thinking that her man was going to risk his life for another woman, anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yuyao was no exception. She hoped that Zhang Feng would take the risk himself. Even if the other party was Yu, he could send someone to save her. What if there was any danger? It was not easy for her to get to this point with Prince Zhang. Naturally, she didn't want Prince Zhang to be in any danger. Thinking of this, she hurriedly persuaded, Prince Zhang, Sister Jingshu is right. It's difficult to fight against them in Jiangnan now. Don't take the risk yourself. Zhang Feng naturally understood the reason. There were many clans in Jiangnan. If he went there, he would undoubtedly die. Even if he was a king or a minister, it was not enough. But who was he? He was Zhang Feng. His woman was being pursued by others. His woman was being hurt by others. How could he be indifferent? He glanced at the two women and said coldly, I must go to Jiangnan. After that, he walked to the door. The two girls panicked. They chased after him while urging him to stay. Du Zidong also felt the seriousness of the situation. He shouldn't have been involved in the master's family matters, but he also knew the horror of Jiangnan. It was a giant beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. With the master's current strength, he would definitely be eaten to the bone if he went to Jiangnan. Therefore, he resolutely stood in front of Zhang Feng and said, Master, it's very dangerous for you to go to Jiangnan now. Think about it, Jiangnan is not like Chang'an. You have no connections and no resources. How can you establish yourself there? In less than half a day, we will be eaten clean by the clan. What can we use to save Miss Yu? Zhang Feng was stunned. To be honest, these words moved him a little because old Du was right. Without his own power in Jiangnan, what could he do even if he went? However, this thought only lasted for a moment, and he quickly regained his senses. He stared at Du Zidong and said word by word, even if there isn't, I'm still going to save you, After that, he walked out of the door with the momentum of a warrior who would never return. Du Zidong looked at the master's back and felt a little strange for a moment. He originally wanted to stop the master, but he didn't expect to make a fool of himself. The master's determination seemed to be firmer. He didn't object to the master saving Miss Yu, Instead, he supported it a little. After all, Yu was good and beautiful. It was also good to be Zhang Feng's mistress. However, they were going to Jiangnan, where there were clans everywhere. The master was usually very smart. Why was he so stubborn this time? Thinking of this, he sighed secretly. He turned his head and saw Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu. At this time, the two girls were also filled with grief. They looked at Zhang Feng's back with tears in their almond-shaped eyes. Although they didn't consummate their marriage with Zhang Feng and didn't hold any ceremony, they had long regarded themselves as Zhang Feng's wife and concubine. Now, Prince Zhang was going to Jiangnan to save Yu. They had already accepted Yu in their hearts, but when they thought that Prince Zhang was going to take the risk for her, they felt sour in their hearts. Zhang Feng was completely unaware of this. He was only thinking about how to save Yu. At this time, he had already stepped out of the door and was about to get on the high horse. Not far away, there was a sound of horse hooves. 2 carriages sped over and stopped directly at the gate of the Zhang mansion. The curtain of the carriage in front was lifted, and 3 people quickly walked down. They were Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and Cheng Yaojin. "Lao Li, old Cheng, why are you here?" Zhang Feng exclaimed. In his memory, these guys should still be in the forging workshop. Why did they suddenly come to the Zhang mansion? This made him a little confused. Li Shimin seemed to see Zhang Feng's confusion. He and Li Yuan looked at each other and deliberately changed the topic. "Fengzi, where are you going in such a hurry?" Zhang Feng then realized that he had important things to do. He didn't want to waste time with Li Shimin and hurriedly said, "I have something to do in Jiangnan." With that, he turned and walked to the horse. Li Shimin frowned and said to himself, "Not good." When he was in the forging workshop just now, Li Yuan had already reminded him that Fengzi might go to Jiangnan. It seemed that he was right. Chapter 1998. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, Jiangnan is too dangerous now. Don't put yourself in danger. Lao Tzu's woman is in danger now, and you're telling me not to go." Zhang Feng glared at Li Shimin and shouted in dissatisfaction, "If it were you, what would you do?" Li Shimin choked and was a little speechless. He had never thought about this and would never think about it, so he didn't know how to answer. However, he still said earnestly, "I don't know about this, and I don't want to know. But I know that if you go to Jiangnan now, something will happen. Also, what about the workshop? What about the textile factory? What about your efforts?" Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. He was obviously a little moved. Just now, he only wanted to go to Jiangnan and didn't think about these things. Now that Li Shimin mentioned it, he was actually a little nervous. Yes, if he left, what would happen to the workshop? Although the composite bow had just been made, his glasses had fallen off again. And the research institute, the hot air balloon, was now being manufactured. What if something happened? Could Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, and the others hold on? And the manufacturing factory, Zhang Mansion, what would he do when the time came? He made a huge struggle in his heart. It was as if there were 2 souls, one telling him to go to the right and the other to the left. In the end, he made a decision and looked at Li Shimin resolutely. "I can't take care of everything. You take care of these things. If it doesn't work, there are others." As he spoke, he was about to get on the horse. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. "Wait," Zhang Feng frowned. He felt that this voice was a bit like his respected teacher's, but he also felt that something was off. His respected teacher couldn't possibly be here. Filled with doubt, he turned his head to look, and his body unconsciously froze. The people who came were his teachers and the old scholar. There were a total of 5 people. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He had just arrived at Zhang Mansion. Why did his teachers come so quickly? And Lao Li, Old Cheng, and the others? Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that someone had tipped them off? He swept his gaze over everyone with a puzzled expression, only to see Li Yuan's eyes somewhat evasive. He instantly understood the whole story. When the servant came to report, only Sun Simiao and Old Master Li were there. Sun Simiao had nothing to do with it, so it must be Old Master Li who told everyone. With this thought, he stepped forward and cupped his hands to Yu Shernan and the others. "Respected teachers, I have an important matter to attend to in Jiangnan. No. Yu Shinan narrowed his eyes. He knew why Zhang Feng wanted to go to Jiangnan. It was not that he wanted to stop him on purpose. It was just that Zhang Feng was his most valued disciple. He had placed almost all his efforts on this kid. Now he said he wanted to go to Jiangnan. Don't they know how dangerous Jiangnan is? That place was full of clans that ate people without spitting out the bones. It was precisely because he was born in a clan that he understood the methods of the clans and the clans in Jiangnan better. In order to achieve their goals, they did not care about the methods. A person like Feng Zi would definitely suffer if he went to Jiangnan. He would not allow such a thing to happen. He stroked his white beard and said solemnly, Feng Zi, since ancient times, there have been many clans in Jiangnan. It is not as simple as you think. If they want to kill someone, they will not do it themselves. Instead, they will create public opinion and pressure. If you go there without any power, you will not be able to resist. Of course, he said these words only to calm Zhang Feng down. The power was not a big deal. The Yu family had a lot of power in Jiangnan. He just did not want Feng Zi to get involved in this mess. Zhang Feng could understand Yu Shinan's concern, but his heart had already flown to Jiangnan. It was useless to say more now. However, he could not ignore his teacher's words. He could only cup his hands and say, I understand what you are saying, but I must go to Jiangnan. There are people very important to me there. I hope you can understand. Have you forgotten about your academy? The old scholar opened his mouth. He stared at Zhang Feng with a serious face. The academy is your painstaking effort, and the year-end examination is about to begin. Are you going to leave just like that? Year-end examination? Zhang Feng was stunned. This was something he had prepared when he first set up the academy. Every year, the students had to take a year-end examination, and this examination was used to identify the students' grades. Now the academy was still using middle school textbooks. After the examination, they would need to use university textbooks. These were all his painstaking efforts. If he really left just like that, he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, he was a little hesitant. He did not need to care about the forging workshop, manufacturing factory, and research institute for the time being because there were people taking care of them. However, the academy was a little different. If he left just like that, what about the textbooks? So many years of hard work would be gone. Moreover, this was also irresponsible to the students. However, in Jiangnan, he was a little conflicted and did not know what to do. Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was in a deadlock and knew that the opportunity had come. He leaned over to Cheng Yaojin and whispered in his ear, Go and call Big Black here. Chapter 1999. Cheng Yaojin glanced at Zhang Feng, who was deep in thought, and instantly understood. Feng Zi wanted to go to Jiangnan because of Yu Qiyu, who was Yu Qigong's cousin. As long as Yu Qigong came to persuade him, it would be more effective than others. Thinking of this, he turned and slipped away. At this moment, Zhang Feng had come back to his senses. After thinking for a while, he still felt that it was more important to go to Jiangnan. The teaching materials could be delayed. If it really didn't work, he could write them in Jiangnan and send them over. If something happened to you, in Jiangnan, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, he cupped his hands and said to the old scholar, Old scholar, I can understand what you said, but the matter in Jiangnan is imminent. I dare not delay, or I'm worried that you, will be in danger. You, Xue Ji frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Is Miss Yu more important than your career? You worked so hard to build the academy, and now it's on the right track. I believe the academy has a high place in your heart. Now you want to leave the academy? Are you worthy of the academy? Are you worthy of the students of the academy? Also, the academy's end-of-year examination is imminent. Are you going to abandon the academy? Zhang Feng frowned and didn't know what to say. Because these words made him feel a little ashamed. Indeed, he built the academy single-handedly, and it was like his child. It was not good to just leave like this, and even a little heartless. However, it wasn't that he wouldn't come back. The academy would still flourish in the future. It was just that this trip to Jiangnan was unpredictable, and it was hard to say what would happen in the future. However, he couldn't leave you alone. This made it difficult for him. But at this moment, there was the sound of horse hooves not far away. Zhang Feng was suddenly awakened. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yuqi Gong and Cheng Yaojin. Feng Zi, Yuqi Gong shouted and jumped down before the horse stopped. He strode to Zhang Feng and said with a serious face, "Feng Zi, I heard that you're leaving?" "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded and said with a serious expression, "You, is in danger in Jiangnan. I'm going to save her." "Which bastard said that?" Yuqi Gong shouted loudly. His anger made his face appear red and black. There was a faint killing intent. "Yu has not had a good time in Jiangnan, but it is definitely not as dangerous as you just said." On the way here, old Cheng had told him that Feng Zi was going to Jiangnan, so he came this time to stop Zhang Feng from going to Jiangnan. Although Yu was in danger in Jiangnan, it was not to the point of imminent danger yet. Moreover, if Feng Zi went, it would obviously intensify the conflict between the clans, and Yu would be in even more danger. Zhang Feng knew that Yuqi Gong was there to stop him, but he didn't know the situation in Jiangnan. Now that he heard about Yu's situation, he was a little anxious. He quickly asked, "What's going on? Is Yu in any danger?" Yuqi Gong furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Li Shimin. Only then did he say, "Yu is not in as much danger as you think in Jiangnan. She is originally from a clan. Even if other clans have thoughts about her, don't you still have me? How can I let her be bullied so easily?" Zhang Feng nodded. What old Yu said was very reasonable. Yu was his cousin. Even if she was in danger, as her cousin, he could not ignore it. However, why would there be news from Jiangnan? He asked in confusion, but there is news from Jiangnan that Yu is now in a very dangerous situation and is about to be annexed by the clans. It's not that exaggerated. Yuqi Gong flatly denied it. He looked deeply at Zhang Feng and said, "The Yu family's business has suffered a bit of a blow, but I've already helped them. Now, the Yu family's situation has eased a bit, and Yu isn't in that much danger. Moreover, even if Yu was in danger, as her older cousin, how could I ignore it? I also know about what happened to Jia Daoren. It was just an accident." Zhang Feng took a deep breath. He understood what Yuqi Gong meant and believed his words, but he still felt a little uneasy. He could only ask, "Are you sure? Is Yu really not in danger?" He wanted to go to Jiangnan, but he was somewhat moved by Lao Li's words just now. In addition, his teacher's reprimand made him waver even more. Yes, the academy, the research institute, and the workshop were all his hard work. He really did not want to leave. However, these were not as important as Yu. For a moment, he did not even want to care about anything. He just wanted to go to Jiangnan to see Yu. However, when he thought of those clans and the people behind them, he felt that things were not so simple. Indeed, Yuqi Gong and Li Shimin also thought so. At the same time, they also knew that most of the clans in Jiangnan were people or branches of the people behind them. That was why they urged Zhang Feng to stay. Otherwise, with Zhang Feng's personality, he would definitely cause a bloody storm in Jiangnan. At that time, it would be out of their control.